even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
We're back. And of course, the frickin' camera doesn't work. The one thing that I did not double check. I checked that it was coming through, but not when I was actually live because I couldn't check that. So hopefully you guys can hear me. Give me just a second. I'm black. Crazy things happened to me when I was away from the show. You know, you leave the show for a minute and wild things occur. Okay, so I need to make sure that this goes into, I think this one. That won't mess anything up. And then bring it back. There we go. There we go. What's going on, everyone? Welcome. Welcome to the ASTROLABE. We've returned! Look at us go! Chocolate Starfish Defender. Oh, no. We are back indeed.
Welcome back, Schlabians. Labba 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 lab.
So true. So true, Chocolate Starfish Defender. You are doing the Lord's work out there. Out there in the streets defending the chocolate starfish. We appreciate you. You provide a thankless service. Oh, man. You know, I'm just gonna, before I get into anything else, because this could get away from me.
Here comes the money.
Dave Johnson!
Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Alpha Male Alert!
Cheating, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
It's been way too long since we've had any labes. Time to summon the white pills.
She said it right! She said labes! She doesn't say, maybe she says labe, but then she says labes. Thank you. Thank you, Dave Johnson.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Wow. So gay. So gay.
Also, a big shout out to Racist Drunk Driver for following the channel. Patriot Spotted. Thank you, Dave. Dave sent that one in yesterday. And then technical issues. I had, because I was away for a long time, a bunch of accounts I got signed out of for like little plugins and everything. So shit was all broken and I didn't realize it until I was like well past the point where I would have time to troubleshoot it and fix it and get a show out. So no show last night. Did have a great voice chat in the King Pill Discord on Tuesday night. Strongly recommend that. Another one! Cheeky! Jake the Snake!
More Erica.
More Erica. Thank you, Patriot. Is someone going to win some money tonight? That's a very good question. We are at 129.76 already, thanks to Dave and the other two Patriots. If we get to 400 tonight, everybody who has gone over to forum.kingpill.com and put their information in there, all it is just something to call you and a way to privately contact you. I will do a random drawing. If we hit $400 tonight, I will do a random drawing. One lucky winner will receive 10% of the night's total tip take in the form of a digital gift card of your choice. No purchase necessary. This is just a fun way to incentivize tipping and to ensure someone gets something back when you guys keep the show going like you do. I have been away from the show, obviously, for a while, which means I have not been making any money. So I am here tonight, and I'm going to give you guys your frickin' money's worth. What is happening in Iran? Spoiler alert, we are winning. Of course we're winning. Why would we not be winning? It's Donald Trump's America. I leave for a week. I'm out in the woods. That's what I was going to say. Go join the King Pill Discord. You're going to want to be a part of the King Pill Discord here. You got a few more weeks probably, but King Pill Discord members are going to get early access to what we are building with EWBSX. There is There's so much I would love to tell you. It's been a long time coming, but those who are in the King Pill Discord are going to get early access because we're going to need beta testers. So if you want to be one of the beta testers for what is coming, then go join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. I go away just almost completely detached. I was in a basement with a bunch of smelly dudes and a whiteboard, and we absolutely did ungodly things to that whiteboard. Many thoughts were thunk, and arguments were had, and we got some shit coming, folks. And then occasionally I pop open my phone. I'm like, out on a smoke break or something like that. Pop open the phone, standing there. What's this? Everyone is melting down. Everyone is losing their minds. They're following, closely tracking all the little twists and turns of all the narrative angles. And this person said this person, and there was this report, and then this happened, and somebody speculated this might happen. And I was like, man, I didn't know about any of this stuff, and I'm having a great day. We're like building shit, hanging out with the bros, just fully trusting in the man I voted for. Because I voted for him specifically so that I could go off into the woods and build something that I'm passionate about and not have to track every last little bit of the narrative, every step of the way, the ups and the downs and the... But no, some of you guys, you're addicted. You have to have it. Give me my news. Let me follow every last little bit of it. And I can relate. I've spent most of the last several years in that mindset. But this weekend, I got just a little taste of what that's like. Every time I saw a thing where I was like, ooh, that doesn't sound good. As a veteran of the Twitter streets, I would see something, that doesn't sound good. Well, let's see. I can do a little brief, quick, thin slice, determine whether this account seems trustworthy or not. Think about what it would entail if all of that was true, what sort of actions it would be requiring different people to take. Just kind of run that through the old filter and be like, maybe plausible, maybe not. And this goes for like really good, important things and really bad things. Just all of the things. I'm like, oh, that might be true. If that was true, that'd be good. Or, oh man, that wouldn't be good. Well, hope that's not true. Nothing I could do about it. Just, okay. I'm not listening to podcasts or anything like that. I'm staying caught up in the King Pill Discord, just kind of lurking, reading what people are saying, chiming in occasionally, and then just occasionally opening up the saying occasionally a lot. Just occasionally opening up the timeline and sort of scrolling through, seeing what the big issues are. Frankly, I was paying more attention to NFL free agency than the Iran war. I literally voted for Donald Trump so that I didn't need to watch all these little things and feel like my voice is necessary to add to the cause. No, I just voted for him. I voted for the man. And he is giving me exactly what I voted for. Because he is a good man who loves his people. He loves his Americans. He wants to give you exactly what you voted for. Some things just take time, and some things get done in a way you don't expect. But at the end of the day, if you're getting stressed out about this stuff, I just gotta say, take some time away. It all disappears. This doesn't mean put your head in the sand and be oblivious to what's going on. But nobody who's freaking out and panicking about this is posting online about how freaked out and panicked they are. No one who actually is. So if you're freaked out and panicked, if you're like, oh, the worst thing's gonna happen, then touch grass, as they say. And not in a, man, you need to get out sometimes, but no, genuinely. This is like all the people who are depressed. Oh, I'm just so sad and depressed, and I can't get my ass in gear. Go for a walk. Go lift something heavy. Go raise your own heart rate through physical activity. Touch Tom Woods. That's what I'm gonna say from now on. instead of touch grass, I'm just going to say touch Tom Woods. Because you know what that would do for you? That would give you a little actual excitement in your life. You are dopamine starved. You are thirsting for real excitement. Young Goive!
Our young military boys need a fight.
So true they do. I got a little something about we're talking about polling a little bit later. I got a little something on that. But Hines, you know where I've been, you asshole. I talked to you a couple nights ago for hours. You guys really miss out. Those of you who don't just lurk in the King Pilled voice chats, you're missing out. There was a couple things here. Spear B said, I just listened to Tommy's podcast and Magagrammas. There you go. Listen to Tommy's podcast and the Magagrammas. Listen to Rich Does Politics. Hope Pill says, Kick just updated so we can play the live on 2X now. Excellent. Yeah, it seems as if Kick does continue to update things, make things better. Frankly, I don't know. I don't know how much longer I am going to stream on someone else's platform. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Things may take place, and I may just stop doing this whole using other people's platform and then just post recordings other places. But maybe that's giving away the plot a little too much. Yeah, just listen to Tom Luongo. Listen to the assortment of people who show up on Tommy's podcast. Ah!
Money talk.
Alpha Male alert!
Money, money, money.
Howie!
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Welcome back, King.
Thank you, sir. Howie, it's good to see you, man. I missed all you guys. I missed sitting here and shooting the shit with you guys and getting paid to do it. You guys are the best. Thank you, Howie. That puts us at well over halfway to the goal. Someone might get paid tonight. Someone might get paid. EWBSX Social on the way. Ooh. EWBSX TV. He said. You guys will have to wait and see. Join the King Pill Discord and get an early look at it. Lionel Johnson, thank you for resubscribing. Whole bunch of people. P. Bandersky, M. Guess, Slosher, Fat Chipmunk, Kai Akins, Miles Standish, Hessian Beard, Dave Johnson, C.S. Whitley. I know all these names. Pale Morning Dude, thank you for the kicks. Bobby Ballbags, thank you for the gifted sub. To Lurch, Screwed Up Nevsky, thank you for the gifted sub. To Bertola, I've seen that name a few times. Maybe that's the designated Fed that is listening and is consistently listening. That's the reason why. You know, you think about Feds listening, but and you think of this as like, oh, like the CIA is trying to entrap me, but you never know. Maybe the Feds are listening. Maybe the Feds are lurking to get ideas. They're what's the word? They're like crowdsourcing. Because Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing. He's in over his head. He hasn't considered the midterms. He doesn't know that gas prices going up will make everybody mad. He hasn't considered it, guys. I don't trust the plan. There is no plan. Get the HRT, boys. No, man. Tonight, I am going to demonstrate to you as comprehensively as I can through other people. James Fishback. The French told me there's no plan. Oh, I got to remember where all my soundboards are.
For sure.
The French said there's no plan. Oh, Fishback actually tweeted that? Of course he did. Of course he did. That fucking grifter. There is clearly a plan. You gotta have an IQ above lukewarm to recognize there very clearly is a plan. But not just that. It's not just that there is a plan. It's that there are planners. There are people who are making plans, who are doing things. This isn't half-cocked. This isn't just I don't know, randomly firing from the hip a bunch of boobs who don't know what they're doing. Anybody trying to tell you that is putting a thinly veiled guise on their contempt for America. Their contempt for Americans. You'll notice many of those same people will also have contempt for your FanDuel Americans. They'll have contempt for popular American culture. This isn't just like an aesthetic thing. No, they actually have contempt for the spirit of America. They only want to look at the certain parts of it that they like, and they don't want to consider the other parts of it that they don't like. It's called an American, not an American. Damn straight, Ben Shapiro on 2X. That's right, sir. I admire your eyebrows. There clearly is a plan. There's actually way more of a plan that we've ever seen, at least in my life, in terms of a broad-based military approach, a full spectrum military approach. So I've got a whole bunch of different things that I both saved while I was out. I've got my people that I follow, and I look for specific things. I'm like, oh, this person's going to have a good take, or this person is going to follow a bunch of people that have good takes. So let me just go grab that. So I'm going to read a lot today. We're also going to watch a number of things. This is probably going to be a long one. Going to give you guys your money's worth and try to get some of my takes on the record as soon as possible. So thank you, everyone, for your contributions. Once again, forum.kingpill.com. Go sign up there. It's free to sign up. Doesn't cost you anything. You just got to let me know who you are and give me a way to contact you. And you will be eligible for a drawing if we exceed tonight's tip goal of $400. And that drawing will get you 10% of the total goal. So whatever it is. If somebody came swinging in here, Leroy Jenkins into the chat and dropped $1,000, you're gonna get 10%. No matter what. So forum.kingpill.com, sign up there. Tips.kingpill.com to send a tip over. You can also use Cash App or Venmo if you don't want to deal with the tip link. You'll just have to let me know in the chat so I can check my phone and give you credit. Okay. I believe that's all. Let's get started. First of all, Jason Howerton here. Someone, maybe Grok, tell me where this is. I'm going to do this exact video with my sons. We'll post video here within 4 years. You need to be making plans for things you want to do with your sons. This person says, you're telling me the earth looks like this and I'm supposed to work a 9 to 5 until I'm 65? Now, some of you may have seen this video already. If you have, then don't say in the chat where it's from. I don't think anybody has yet. If you have not seen it, then I want to see anyone's guesses as to where this location is, where in the world it is. Any guesses? I've seen some. Mongolia, Patagonia, New Zealand, Pakistan, somewhere in the Himalayas or Central Asian. Yep, Astan, Montana. Grok gave two answers. One of two answers, but they're not that far removed from each other. The two answers that Grok gave were Kashmir Valley, India. The other one was Kyrgyzstan. There was another one. I didn't save the Kyrgyzstan one. But this is about what the Kashmir Valley looks like, which is crazy to think about. Indians could live there, but instead they come to America. You know why? Because Americans are superior. That's why. The superiority of American culture. That's why they're coming here. They want to be part of the American empire. They want to partake of what America has to offer. I mean, obviously, they just want to scam their way out of it, but they recognize there's something to scam. First time in my life I've ever even contemplated the thoughts. I wonder what it would be like to go to India. Generally, I keep those thoughts far from my mind. Okay, this one. I'm just gonna play it.
I'm thinking it's a sign that the freckles in our eyes are mirror images, and when we kiss, they're perfectly aligned. I have to speculate that God Himself did make us into corresponding shapes, like puzzle pieces from
Shapes are mentioned.
It may seem like a stretch, but it's thoughts like this that catch my troubled head when you're away, when I am missing you to death. You are out there on the road for several weeks of shows, and when you scan the radio, I hope this song will guide you. They won't see us waiting from such late heights. Come down. They'll say everything is perfect from far
Oh, you better be staying on your toes there, India. We're focused on Iran right now, but we've got an appetite. We've got an appetite for more. You fuck around. You scam any more elderly Americans, and Chudjak is going to be raining down on you from on high. Indiran. Indiran. Okay. Another one of these shameless AI slop. What if Donald Trump was? This is your wife Jack submission for the day.
You know,
Whoop, that's the wrong one. Come on.
Don't come easy.
Shaolin Monk Trump.
How can I find
Bodybuilder Trump.
to make you see? I love you. Words don't come easy.
See, he's literally just all of these. These are actually true. These are just the different hobbies that he has.
Words don't come easy. Words don't come easy to me. How can I find
The whole Trumpiverse.
the way to make you see? I love you. Words don't come easy.
My president is a bohemian artist and an astronaut.
This is the only way for me to say.
That's his favorite type.
Words don't come easy.
Donard. Soul brought Trump. It took from about 150 BC to 400 AD to determine the Bible's canon, deciding which stories were too unbelievable to include. In 500 years, the story of Trump physically defending Kobe Bryant from future convicted murderer Jason Williams will be dismissed as too fantastical to be real. Trump protecting Kobe at the 1998 All-Star Game. The All-Star Game, held in Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, looked to be a bonanza for Bryant, who scored a team-high 18 points in the West's 135-114 setback. Behind the scenes, however, it was nightmarish. The team stayed at the Grand Hyatt, New York, and one day Bryant boarded an elevator occupied by, weird trio alert, Knicks forward Charles Oakley, Nets forward Jason Williams, and a Manhattan businessman named Donald Trump, who happened to own the hotel. "Hey, Kobe," Williams said, "what's up?" Bryant was listening to a Walkman, and while he heard the greeting, he merely shrugged and slurred, "Hey, big man," without looking up. Williams, a 6'9", 240-pound veteran with a quick fuse and an abundance of pride, never liked Bryant from afar, and he certainly didn't like the perceived disrespect. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he said. He then lunged at Bryant, landing a punch on his cheek. Trump, of all people, grabbed Williams and told Bryant, "Get out of here, quickly." He exited the elevator. "Kobe was cocky to everyone," said Williams. "Everyone. Michael Jordan was arrogant, but with a smile. Kobe was just a dick. I didn't appreciate it." How is this possible? How has one man lived such a life? Literally unbelievable for a fictional character. You could not write a fictional character like my president, Donald J. Trump, and have it be believed. What are you telling me? Alternatively, you've got to be the wildest conspiracy theorist known to man. That all of these stories were all just made up a long time ago, just to seed this time now. My president protects prize nigs.
Yes, hello, it's me, a black guy.
Oh, what a man. What an incredible human being. All right, now let's get into some of this. We're just going to dive right into all the Iran stuff. We're going to start off with some comments from Data Republican. So cynical Publius is here. He's talking about, do average Americans understand just how much GWAT veterans hate Iran, yada, yada, yada. Data Republican says, "I'm not a veteran and I'll never fully understand your hatred and perspective, unfortunately, but I do understand that the current geopolitical world order is what we're fighting. We need to stop pretending we're a world hegemony." She says hegemony multiple times. It's hegemon. Sorry, Jenica. "We need to stop pretending we're a world hegemon, which pretends everything is on a telos to rah-rah democracy, which allowed China and Iran and Venezuela and Cuba, acting with China's money, to capture globalists who in turn then captured us." I would put China as actually more captured by the globalists than the other way around. But, you know, at a certain point, these things start to even out. The Democratic Party is like in the if you have if you owe the bank $1 billion, that's your problem. If you owe the bank $1 trillion, that's the bank's problem. The Democratic Party has a foreign operative and a foreign money problem. To begin with, where do you think Neville Singham got his $785 million in 2017 seed money to speed-run communist networks throughout the nation? Yes, by selling ThoughtWorks. But who bought out ThoughtWorks? A company founded by Hillary Clinton's finance manager, in which the CIC, China's sovereign wealth fund, bought a veto stake in. And what did ThoughtWorks also create? Bonterra, a company which now owns and runs 100% of the Democratic Party's technology infrastructure and voter modeling and grant making, including Mobilize, which is also the organizing platform that Indivisible and Singham's groups use. The way forward is to reestablish ourselves as a regional hegemon through the Don Roe Doctrine and kick out foreign influence. It's easier to kidnap Nicolas Maduro than to destroy the Obama library and work our way down. It's just the way it is. So, and yes, Save America Act is still existential. I meant it when I said Trump's goal isn't to do a regime change within Iran. That's logistically difficult for many reasons and will be up to Iranian people themselves. It's to do a regime change of the geopolitical order. The geopolitical order is what's screwing us all, and it's what we're fighting, from the streets to illegal immigration to activist judiciary to wars. And John Conrad says, can't reveal more, but can say the highest levels of government are looking at Data Republican's research. We'll also say that Scott Bessent was the man who taught Soros how to break the Bank of England. He's not just smarter than Marxist elites like Soros, not just has the right experience to decrypt these networks, he's been inside the belly of the beast himself. Now, speaking of Data Republican, new article, building an OSINT pipeline to cut through the Iranian conflict noise. Spoiler alert, we're winning. I just published a long-form analysis on the Iran conflict and the strategic dynamics around it. Sorry for the Substack-only publication, yada, yada, yada. Before anything else, I'm only a civilian data analyst, not a military officer or intelligence professional. This piece is the result of 2 weeks of intensive work where I did something unusual. I built and experimented with an AI-assisted OSINT synthesis pipeline using military doctrine, think tank research, and public reporting. Part of the goal was to produce something useful for readers, but honestly, the bigger goal was education for myself. Forcing a structured process to sort signal from noise in an information environment that's chaotic right now. The pipeline pulls from sources like CSIS, ISW, SEPA, ISIS, not that ISIS nuclear reporting, CENTCOM and IDF briefings, plus open source economic and energy data. Where I step beyond what those sources explicitly state, I marked it clearly as assessed and tried to show the reasoning. The article is the first full output of that process. If you have expertise in air campaign planning, nuclear nonproliferation, Middle East security policy, energy markets, or OSINT methodology, I would genuinely welcome corrections, critiques, or improvements. The entire point is to make the analytical process more rigorous over time. The pipeline itself will keep evolving. Bring on the Rotten Tomatoes. So I will say, she says, I'm only a civilian data analyst, not an intelligence professional. By this point, with the level of study and research and tool building and everything that she's done, she is an intelligence professional. This is what intelligence professionals do. Now, maybe she might be an intelligence professional that isn't plugged into the same apparatuses as other intelligence professionals, but she does have her own that she's plugged into, as is pretty evident by the fact that she's been clearly working at various levels with the administration. And John Conrad, who's close to the administration, has openly said so. So, obviously, there's lots of, to preempt the retard complaints. Obviously, could be lots of bias in all of these things. You could find lots of issues where this thing might not be right, or that thing might not be right, or this might be propaganda, or whatever. Sure, yes, of course. We're never going to know 100% factually exactly every single thing as if it was happening in front of us. There's certain points with all of this fog of war, when you're dealing with intelligence networks, when you're dealing with shadowy organizations and stuff, like, yes, you're never going to know things 100% for sure. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get the broadest spectrum view of all the relevant data points and then seeing what sorts of pictures jump out from that. And just because you see one picture doesn't necessarily mean it's not one of the other pictures. It just means that from your current perspective, the one that you're seeing is more prominent. The other one could also be accurate. So this goes for the black pill take. It also goes for the white pill take. Just because you can tell yourself one story where everything is all super hunky-dory doesn't mean that there aren't elements of things that aren't going according to plan, or things that have gone worse than expected, or whatever, or new variables that have entered since the calculations were done, that sort of thing. All of this stuff is constantly up in the air. So what we're doing is we're taking as broad of an overarching view as we can, while keeping in mind the stated preferences and reputations and history of the various different people who are making the big decisions along the way. So, all of that being said, let's dive into this. This is data analysis of the state of the Iranian conflict on March 8, 2026. So obviously it's been a few days and different things have happened, but obviously I was gone. And so we're going to go through this and see at least where things were at as of March 8. She makes the same qualifications here. She also mentions that, so ISIS is the Institute for Science and International Security. She also mentions that she worked with General Michael Flynn's published strategic framework, where I make military analytical judgments beyond what those sources explicitly support. I've labeled them assessed and tried to anchor them to the underlying source reasoning. The people best positioned to correct this document are those who have actually planned air campaigns, or anyone else in the world who isn't me, really. I'd welcome that correction. What I've tried to produce is a pipeline for automated, rigorous OSINT synthesis. Where I speculate I say so and where the data simply doesn't exist in open source, I've tried to name the gap. So part 1, executive summary, the 10 decisive facts. Fact 1, Iran's missile capability has been functionally destroyed. As of day 6, Admiral Brad Cooper from CENTCOM confirmed Iranian missile attacks declined roughly 90% since strikes began. Per Joint Intelligence Assessment, an IDF/CENTCOM briefing, approximately 75% of all launchers destroyed, 100 to 200 remain. The IRGC Aerospace Force, Iran's primary instrument of long-range conventional power projection, has been catastrophically degraded in 9 days. Hundreds of warheads destroyed, conventional missile warheads. Iran has no deployed nuclear warheads. Defense industrial base under systematic attack. This is not a setback. This is the functional end of Iran's power projection capability. Now, fact 2, she has since gone through, updated, and crossed this out. Originally, fact 2 was Iran's nuclear program has been set back 8 to 15 years. This is what the model spit out. She says, update. AI estimated 8 to 15 years setback based on several assumptions. This should not have been flagged as fact and will be fixed in next pipeline evolution. And then the justification here says Operation Midnight Hammer deployed 14 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators on Fordow and Natanz, 24 plus Tomahawk struck Isfahan. ISIS November 2025 assessment, sites largely destroyed, enrichment programs significantly set back. The February to March 2026 strikes have restruck both Natanz and Fordow. The IEEA confirmed Natanz entrance buildings damaged on March 3, 2026. Iran went from a 0-day nuclear breakout timeline to and now she crosses out the 8 to 15 year estimate, just as TBD. That is the objective of the campaign, and it has been substantially achieved. Fact 3, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, not by mines, but by insurance actuaries. 7 of 12 international group P&I clubs canceled war risk coverage on March 1 to 2, 2026. We'll have a lot more on this later on. I'm just going to keep pressing through. These 7 clubs insure approximately 90% of the world's ocean-going commercial tonnage. War risk premiums surged over 1,000%. The result, tanker traffic through Hormuz collapsed from a pre-conflict baseline of approximately 135 to 153 plus vessels per day. Figures vary by data provider. Lloyd's List, these cite 138. This other source cites 153 plus. To as few as 3 commercial transits recorded by Windward.ai, AIS tracking, on March 7th. A near total shutdown. Iran achieved a de facto blockade by making the risk-reward calculation of commercial transit economically irrational without firing a single mine. This is not, it's not Iran that's doing it. Again, we'll come back to that because I've got a whole bunch more. Fact 4, the U.S. is the primary economic beneficiary of this crisis. Brent crude has risen from $72 a barrel pre-conflict to $106.81 a barrel on March 8, 2026, with an intraday spike to 110 when Asian markets opened Sunday evening, the first time Brent has exceeded 100 in nearly 4 years, and up 50% plus from the $60 a barrel that started 2026. It's since come way back down, but again, this was 4 days ago. WTI, which is U.S. crude futures, hit $106.57, up 17.2% on the day. A new cascade has begun. Gulf producers are being forced to cut output as storage fills. Iraq's production has collapsed 60%. UAE and Kuwait have begun cuts. Goldman Sachs warned Friday night that the Hormuz shock is now 17 times larger than the peak Russia disruption of April 2022, and projects Brent could reach $150 a barrel by the end of March if Hormuz flows remain depressed. Now, if you'd been listening to the right people, the non-hysterical people, the people who kept their heads on tight, then you could have made a shitload of money, because there was all sorts of reasons to believe that oil prices were never even going to remotely approach those sorts of levels. And in fact, there was a lot of reasons why they were going to start coming back down again. But again, this is what I've gotten to the point where it's difficult for me to trust political analysis, geopolitical analysis from anyone who doesn't have at least a decent understanding of the various different markets and how they're acting compared to their historical trends. And this is part of why Tom Luongo's insight is so valuable, because he's one of the few who actually does this. You want to get all worked up about a few $1 billion or even $100 billion here or there. We're talking markets comprised of many trillions. So the way that those markets move signals big things. The U.S. is a net petroleum exporter. Every $10 per barrel increase in oil costs China and Japan hundreds of millions of dollars per day, while benefiting U.S. shale producers and LNG exporters. Qatar suspended LNG production. So on the Qatar thing, real quick, this is from TFTC. China imports 95% of its helium. 90% of that comes from Qatar. When Iranian drone strikes forced Qatar to halt LNG production at Ras Laffan on Sunday, they didn't just disrupt gas markets, they cut off a non-substitutable input to every advanced chip fab in China. Qatar produces 21 to 35% of the world's helium, all as a byproduct of LNG processing. The United States, well, actually, it gets in that later. Helium is required to cool EUV lithography systems, the machines that print every cutting-edge semiconductor on Earth. Each system consumes over 10,000 liters annually. There is no alternative coolant. When the gas stops, the helium stops, and the fabs stop. Beijing knew U.S. helium reserves were a strategic vulnerability and deliberately restructured its supply chain around Qatar to reduce American leverage. That bet just detonated. The U.S. now controls 51% of global helium reserves. Without issuing a single new sanction, kinetic action in the Persian Gulf just achieved what years of export controls and entity list additions couldn't, severing China's access to a critical chip-making input. The AI chip war, the ASIC supply chain, the entire global semiconductor build-out, all run through a noble gas most people associate with birthday balloons. The helium choke point is real, it's binding, and it just got weaponized. Back here, CSIS senior fellow Clayton Siegel says a deficit of $20 million or 20 million barrels per day is hitting global oil market balances with no sign of relief. WAPO confirmed explicitly the conflict has hit Europe and Asia harder than the United States. You'll notice a trend here. Fact 5. Ali Khamenei is dead. His son is not a legitimate successor. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was assassinated February 28, 2026 in a joint U.S.-Israeli airstrike on his Tehran compound. Israeli jets dropped 30 bombs in daylight with zero effective Iranian air defense response. Mojtaba Khamenei, his son, more on him later, was named Supreme Leader by the Assembly of Experts on March 8th. Mojtaba is a Hojatul Islam, a mid-ranking cleric, not an Ayatollah. His theological credentials are below what the Constitution's spirit requires. He has never held a formal government position. The regime has chosen dynastic succession in a self-described revolutionary republic. This legitimacy deficit is the long-term vulnerability. Fact 6. There will be no U.S. land war. Iran has 87 million people, 636,000 square miles of mountainous terrain, 610,000 active-duty military, and a defense doctrine, Mosaic Defense, built specifically, specifically to defeat U.S. ground operations. A proportional occupation force requires 600,000 to 800,000 troops. Impossible without reinstating the draft. The draft is not coming. This is not a policy preference, it's arithmetic. The air campaign is not a second best option waiting for a land invasion. It is the doctrine. Now, if you have the vaguest sense of your own wits about you, that should be obvious. That should be obvious. There is no boots on the ground land war in the workings. That's not even a consideration. And there's no way that the United States does not already have the operational control sufficient to prevent Iran from reaching that state. So anybody who is fear-porning about a draft has something to sell you. It may just be their own fear, but they're not coolly assessing the terrain here. Fact 7. China is losing 1.7 million barrels per day of discounted Iranian oil and faces secondary sanctions. China bought approximately 90% of Iran's oil exports at sanctioned discount prices. That supply is gone. Higher global oil prices hit China's economy directly. The February 2026 executive order imposes tariffs on any country purchasing Iranian oil. What's that? What date was that? February 2026 executive order imposes tariffs on any country purchasing Iranian oil. Huh. What happened immediately after this executive order? Oh, that's when they did the airstrikes. That's when this special military operation was undertaken. Immediately after an executive order imposing tariffs on any country that purchases Iranian oil. It's almost like there's a plan or something like that. This is aimed directly at Chinese teapot refineries in Shandong province. Dong. The U.S. simultaneously disrupted both of China's discounted petrostate suppliers, Iran and Venezuela. China is watching U.S. military capabilities through its satellites and reading the Taiwan signal. Fact 8. The Mosaic Defense kept Iran fighting but cannot project offensive power. Iran's 31 autonomous provincial IRGC commands, each with a pre-delegated launch authority, are firing pre-authorized strike packages without central coordination. This means the regime cannot be decapitated, missiles keep flying, but the same decentralization that enables survival prevents the complex multi-axis offensive operations that would actually threaten U.S. interests at scale. The 90% launch decline is the empirical proof. What remains is dispersed residue, not a coherent military campaign. Assessed SEPA, P1B, P2A, Mosaic Paradox. Fact 9. The Iranian economy was already at collapse threshold before the war began. Pre-war data says the rial was at 1.45 million per US dollar. That was the peak in December of 2025. 49% inflation, negative GDP growth, government budget deficit at 6% plus of GDP. The January 2026 protests, the largest in Iranian history, with 3,000 to 30,000 killed by the regime, were triggered directly by rial collapse. The war adds destroyed infrastructure, disrupted trade, severed oil revenue, and accelerating secondary sanctions. The economic collapse is not a future risk, it's an ongoing reality that predates Operation Epic Fury. Fact 10. The axis of resistance has been substantially degraded. Syria land bridge severed. Assad fell December 8, 2024. Hezbollah dramatically weakened by 2024 Israeli offensive. Nasrallah killed September of 2024. Iran-Hezbollah land corridor gone. Hamas catastrophically degraded after 18 plus months of Israeli ground operations. IRGC's Hamas portfolio manager Saeed Izzadi killed June 2025. Houthis stockpiles reduced by Operation Rough Rider. Houthis staying out of the Iran-US fight for now. Iraqi PMF taking active US strikes. Iran's 40-year investment in regional proxy power has been substantially degraded, not dismantled. Hezbollah retains organizational structure, partial rocket inventory, and political control of southern Lebanon. Hamas retains organizational elements outside Gaza. Now, I'll pause here and just say that perhaps the single best take on the state of the Middle East has come from the great spaghetti man himself, Tom Luongo, when he said, Iran getting a nuclear weapon is the forever war in the Middle East. You need to repeat that to yourself as many times as it takes for it to sink in. Once that sinks in, the rest of this should all make sense. It should be clear that the United States is not at war with Iran. It should be clear that this is not about Israel. Israel is an important part of it, but it is not about Israel. If Israel did not exist, there would still be reason to resolve the matter of Iran. The United States is not at war with Iran. The United States is at war with the IRGC as a proxy of the backing powers behind the IRGC. Part 2, the strategic logic of how we got here. So you have the nuclear breakout timeline, you have the proxy network at peak capacity on 5 simultaneous fronts, and you have Hormuz control, 20 million barrels per day, an economic choke point. All 3 peaked simultaneously. The preemption window is now or never. So then you get Operation Midnight Hammer and you get Operation Epic Fury, the results of which is nuclear program destroyed, proxies degraded, and regime pressure. The Iran threat architecture that made conflict inevitable. 3 capabilities developing in parallel constituted an intolerable convergence for US and Israeli strategic planners. Nuclear. By May to June of 2025, Iran's stockpile of 60% enriched uranium had grown to 400 plus kilograms, material for approximately 10 nuclear explosive devices. ISIS assessed the formal breakout timeline as effectively 0. Iran had also enriched small quantities to near weapons grade, 90%, at Fordow. The program was weeks, not months, from weapons-ready capability. It seems as if nobody questions whether or not Iran was actually trying to get a nuclear weapon. Most people are like, well, if I was Iran, I would try to get a nuclear weapon. And Iran said that they were trying to get a nuclear weapon. Yeah, the Ayatollah had this fatwa, but this is kind of the whole point. This is the game. The game is, on the surface, it's like, who? Us? Us poor brown people? No, we just want to live in peace. We have a fatwa issued against developing a nuclear weapon. How dare you attack us? How dare you do anything to us? Haven't we seen this pattern over and over again all over the place? It's almost as if there's these little conflict zones, these little hotspots that are set up with weird arbitrary lines drawn across the landscape that force people into these different weird little ethnic enclaves where they're just set up to have perpetual conflict with one another. And those hotspots are maintained in a certain way so that they can be dialed up or dialed down as necessary. Iran happens to be an extremely important choke point for a whole bunch of different reasons. And it's very clear that there are factions within Iran. Again, this is an important thing to think about, is that you don't look at any other nation as a single univocal entity. Iran has multiple different factions, and very obviously, the problem child in all of them is the IRGC, the revolutionary Marxist religious fundamentalist group that arose explicitly on the platform of a hostility to the West, immediately on the backs of the revolution. Where have we seen this playbook? Where you set up some sort of a renegade, revolutionary, communist, Marxist, Islamist, whatever, some sort of rebel faction with warlike tendencies that just are constantly fucking shit up. We've seen this pattern repeated so many times, especially over the last 100 years. The proxy network, Hezbollah, 150,000 plus rockets pre-2024. Hamas has operational capacity proven October 7th. Houthis shut down Red Sea shipping for over a year. Iraqi PMF killed U.S. troops repeatedly, showed Iran has the ability to impose costs across 5 countries simultaneously without direct Iranian attribution. Now, you can debate to what extent these are actually Iranian-backed, or they are backed by, Iran is backed by something. Well, what is Iran backed by? So on the surface level, it's Hezbollah doing it. One layer deep, it's Iran doing it. One layer deep, it's... But either way, the fact is that Iran's existence and persistence in its current state is what facilitates all of the rest of that. You could say, take Iran off the table and it's going to pivot to someone else. Most likely. That's what that part of the world is like. If it's not the Jews fighting the Arabs, or the Jews fighting the Persians, or the Jews fighting the Turks, it's the Turks fighting the Persians, or the Turks fighting the Arabs, or the Persians fighting the Arabs, or the Arabs fighting the Turks. That reality is not going away. But there's also no option of just, opt out and what comes. That's not an option either. And then Hormuz control. Iran controls the world's most critical oil choke point by geography alone. This is why. With 20 million barrels per day transiting the strait, 20% of global seaborne oil, the mere threat of Iranian action was sufficient to discipline global oil markets. Actual closure would be an economic weapon of mass destruction. The fact that there is instability in the region, regardless of who it's coming from, is the reason that the situation has to be pushed toward a resolution. That's not even getting into the Chinese aspect to it all. And the best way, when you have a situation that's set up where two things are purposely set in tension with one another and you want to break it, you break the one that's easier to break. It looks like the chat plugin may have stopped working again, but I think, OBS isn't frozen, so the chat isn't updating, showing up on the screen, and I don't know what to do about it, so we'll just keep going. The convergence of all three, the nuclear capability at threshold, the proxy network at peak, and Hormuz leverage intact, at the same moment created the strategic logic for preemption before any of the three became impossible to address. And as Lord Breezy said, I'll keep saying it, but a regime change would be very bad for Israel and their greater Israel project. Yes, an actual regime change, not just a new face on the same regime, an actual regime change would be very bad for Israel. Then the NSPM-2 framework, the policy architecture. President Trump signed National Security Presidential Memorandum 2, or NSPM-2, on February 4, 2025, 15 days after taking office. This document is the legal and policy foundation for everything that followed. Its key directive: it is the policy of the United States that Iran be denied a nuclear weapon and intercontinental ballistic missiles, that Iran's network and campaign of regional aggression be neutralized, that the IRGC and its surrogates be disrupted, degraded, or denied access to the resources that sustain their destabilizing activities. This was an NSPM signed by the president 15 days after he took office. Anybody saying Trump backtracked, Trump got bamboozled, and he's betraying us, simply was not paying attention. NSPM-2 tasked state, or the Department of State, to lead a campaign aimed at driving Iranian oil exports to zero. It included classified DOW provisions and intelligence collection directives. A February 2026 executive order added the secondary sanctions mechanism, tariffs on any country purchasing Iranian oil, aimed at cutting China off from discounted Iranian crude. Why this moment, the strategic window? The Trump administration chose the post-Gaza, post-Houthi, post-Assad moment for specific reasons. You have the post-October 7 political cover, because here's the other thing, is they actually do have to check these boxes. The JAGs exist for a reason. They actually do have to check these boxes, so they have to provide a legal and political foundation for action. That doesn't necessarily have to be the actual reason for the action, but it does have to be a sufficient legal and political defense for it. So they say Iran bears responsibility for the horrific Hamas massacres committed on October 7, 2023. Just like there was a conviction, a criminal conviction against Maduro. This is the justification for them kidnapping Maduro. They've checked their jukebox for it. The post-Assad collapse, the Syria land corridor between Iran and Hezbollah was severed. The Iran-Hezbollah arms pipeline, the single most important logistics link in the axis of resistance, was permanently disrupted before Operation Epic Fury began. The U.S.-Israel campaign inherited a proxy network that was already strategically disrupted. So you see, there's like these steps are being taken in a particular order to assure, as best as possible, the actual outcome, which is the sort of thing you might call a plan. The post-Houthi degradation. Operation Rough Rider had already degraded Houthi missile and drone stockpiles through sustained strikes. Now, the Houthis could add to that stockpile again. Sure. Yes, there are win conditions. There are military win conditions that are not permanent, always and forever. End of the potential to ever have another conflict again. But they had reduced their stockpiles sufficiently that they would be fully reduced or reduced to a point where they can't get involved in a hypothetical action like the one that was to come. The Houthis' capacity for Red Sea disruption was substantially reduced before Iran was struck. One major proxy threat vector was pre-neutralized. Then the post-failed negotiations. The Geneva nuclear talks in February of 2026 collapsed because Iran rejected U.S. maximalist demands, reportedly including proposals to send its 12-bomb equivalent uranium stockpile to Russia. When Iran rejected the deal, it handed the U.S. the political justification for military action. Isn't that interesting? There were proposals to send their uranium stockpile to Russia, and they rejected that. There were proposals, I shared the last at Labe, I think is when I talked about this. There were proposals to give them unlimited, U.S. subsidized uranium for the purposes of whatever civilian purposes they might want. They rejected that. They came in explicitly bragging about how much of the sufficiently enriched stockpile they had post Operation Midnight Hammer. There was no good faith negotiating happening here. The 4 pillars of vulnerability conversion on February 2026, the administration struck. So here's what the administration is trying to achieve. Stripped of official language, the objectives are 3-tiered in honest order. Primary, because you see all this narratives out here. We're going to get more of it in a little bit. All this stuff about Trump doesn't know what he's doing. There is no plan. They don't have any idea what's going on. They just sort of like jumped in half-cocked, and they haven't even explained what they're hoping to achieve out of this. This is the primary military objective: permanently degrade Iran's nuclear and missile programs so they cannot threaten the US or Israel, set back nuclear reconstitution, destroy the IRGC's power projection capacity, the missiles, drones, and naval systems that give Iran reach beyond its borders. That's the primary military objective. That objective has been, if not already accomplished, basically there already. The secondary objective, economic and geopolitical: drive Iranian oil exports to zero, denying the regime its primary revenue source. Send deterrent signals to China regarding Taiwan and Russia regarding Ukraine, demonstrating U.S. willingness to use military force. Consolidate Gulf state alignment under the U.S. security architecture. That's another big important thing here. The Gulf states being aligned under the U.S. security architecture. And when Iran spazzed out and started launching shit at all of their neighbors didn't say, "Oh, Israel, U.S., you have to stop. They're hitting us." No, they were like, "Hey, how can we get involved? We want to fuck them up too." And then the tertiary objective, political: create conditions for Iranian internal political transition by destroying the IRGC's coercive capacity, collapsing the economy, and maximizing the political delegitimization of the succession. The official position is not seeking regime change. The operational reality, targeting the Assembly of Experts building, funding Reza Pahlavi's National Reconciliation Council, and Trump publicly stating, "I want to be involved in choosing Iran's next leader," tells a different story. Assessed here is that this is strategic framing. Yes, they are going for regime change, but they're not going for regime change in the sense that we're going to have send all of our NGOs and capacity building institutions to go install some sort of Western democracy that's overseen by... They don't give a shit what the new structure is, as long as the new structure is subservient to them. Just like in Venezuela. They were like, "We're not going to overthrow the whole thing. This guy, you're out. Who's next in command? Are you going to play ball? Yes? Great. You're hired. No? You're dead. Next? You going to play ball? Yes? Great. You're hired. No? Okay, you're dead. Next one? And just, we're going to keep doing this. We're going to keep doing this until it lands on someone who will play ball. And that person will then be rewarded handsomely. Their legitimacy will be recognized by them signing a trade deal with the United States. And that person personally meeting with the president or like his immediately designated representative. I can't remember if Trump has met with Delcy Rodriguez just yet. Probably not. But their legitimacy and their power will be granted by their affiliation with the U.S. through trade. And then they will be financially installed in place. What has actually happened? The scorecard. So here's the timeline. Everyone already basically knows this. U.S. and allied accomplishments. The nuclear program, substantially achieved. And there's a breakdown here of each of these. Fordow, Natanz, Isfahan, Menzadeh compound. Another one, this one here is official claims from the IDF, independently unverified. Breakout timeline impact. And caveat, Pickaxe Mountain Complex near Natanz not struck. Assessed to hold centrifuge assembly or hidden enrichment capability. Program degraded but not eliminated. Critical intelligence gap. Iran's pre-war stockpile included approximately 270 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, equivalent to approximately 4 weapons worth of material at higher enrichment levels. The Iranian negotiators were openly bragging to Steve Witkoff about this. The current location of this material is unknown from open source. If dispersed to undisclosed sites before the February 28 strikes, the infrastructure destruction does not resolve the fissile missile risk. IRGC leadership, 3 commanders in 9 months. Here's a list of all the different leaders who have all been taken out. Hamas portfolio manager, SNSC head, defense minister, supreme leader, IRGC commander, other IRGC commander. Mission capability, functionally destroyed. Day 1 to day 5 decline was 86% reduction in missile launches. This is a CENTCOM official statement. Day 6 assessment, roughly 90% decline, again from Admiral Brad Cooper. Launcher inventory, 75% destroyed. More on this stuff here in a little bit. Hundreds of warheads and rounds destroyed. Defense industrial base under systematic attack. All these, there's missile bases, underground complexes, ammunition depots. So they're wiping out their launchers, they're wiping out their supplies, and they're wiping out the industrial facilities that they use to manufacture more. Then CENTCOM's stated goal is raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. Destruction of production capacity, not just inventory. So, like, there's those different levels. You can destroy the launched missiles, you can destroy the missile launchers, you can destroy the inventory, or you can destroy the things that produce the inventory. And they've gone all the way to destroying the things that produce the inventory. Air defense is operationally irrelevant. These systems, as CENTCOM says, are severely degraded. Iranian air defense failed to intercept any strike package over Tehran. Israeli jets struck Khamenei's compound in daylight. Whether this reflects destruction of air defense systems, Iranian command decisions not to sortie against stealth aircraft, or both cannot be determined from open source. Proxy network, substantially degraded. Again, Syrian land corridor, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, Iraqi PMF. Iran's accomplishments. US KIA, 6 killed. March 1, 2026, 6 U.S. military personnel killed at Shuaiba, Kuwait, the largest single-incident U.S. casualty event of the conflict as of March 8. This Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar, a primary U.S. Air Force hub hosting 10,000-plus U.S. personnel, was struck by Iranian ballistic missiles. No U.S. casualties reported. Facility damage assessed as limited, but the political impact of striking the largest U.S. air base in the region cannot be understated. Israeli casualties, March 1, Iranian ballistic missile strike near Jerusalem killed 9 Israelis and wounded dozens. A somber reminder that Israel's missile defense is not able to prevent all strikes. I know there's all the reports out there that there's hundreds or even thousands of Americans who have died. I don't know what, like, I don't know how someone would think that that would happen, and there would just be sort of like little leaks and reports here and there. You're literally repeating Iranian war propaganda. And you could think what you want about Iran, but just mindlessly repeating Iranian war propaganda without any of the substantiating evidence that like, you think that there wouldn't be American outlets, major media outlets, and all of the members of Congress and stuff who wouldn't just jump all over that immediately? Are you serious? Thousands of Americans are dead, and their families just don't know about it. Or what, do they have special ops teams that are holding their families hostage and preventing them from telling anyone? If that was the case, then we absolutely should put boots on the ground, because our capacity to infiltrate is wildly above anything any country has ever known. Why don't we just go hold all the Iranians at gunpoint and get what we want? People have just completely forsaken reason. Hormuz effectively closed, Iran's strategic success. Again, this isn't because of Iran, but we'll get to that here in just a minute. Iran's IRGC drones and missiles struck at least 15 plus commercial vessels in the first 9 days, combined with IRGC's stated closure of the strait to U.S., Israeli, and Western allied shipping. This triggered the insurance market withdrawal that de facto closed the strait to all commercial energy shipping. 200 plus ships are anchored outside of Hormuz. This is Iran's most strategically significant achievement, a closure it threatened for decades without achieved here in days via the insurance mechanism rather than direct military force. Which kind of should give you a little clue here. What? Iran now controls the global insurance markets? Well, that's a problem. That alone, if that was the case, if you're saying, oh, look what Iran has accomplished, you are making the case for the Iranian government being blown the fuck out. If the Iranian government exists as they do, and they also control the global insurance markets, then, Mr. President, please fuck up the Iranian government. Regime continuity, short-term preserved. Mojtaba named supreme leader. We'll have more on him in a minute. Interim leadership council formed within 24 hours of Khamenei's death. IRGC activated their mosaic defense, 31 provincial commands operating independently. The new IRGC commander was appointed within days. He's an IRGC hardliner acts as consolidated power rather than fracturing. Russian intelligence sharing. Russia is reportedly sharing intelligence with Iran to support Iranian attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East. This represents a significant escalation risk. Russian satellite data and signals intelligence improving Iran's targeting. Assessed. ISW March 6 reporting uses, reportedly, single source, unconfirmed by independent verification. Again, you should know enough by now that if this is the only source, there's just one source, and it's saying reportedly, you should be very, very skeptical. The Delta. Who is winning and by how much? Israel and U.S. leading decisively on all military metrics, Iran winning on Hormuz disruption and short-term regime survival. The asymmetry is stark. U.S. and Israel have destroyed or severely degraded Iran's nuclear program, its missile industrial base, its air defense systems, its conventional naval capability, 3 senior commanders, its supreme leader, and the entire strategic architecture of the axis of resistance. These are permanent losses that cannot be recovered on a short timeline. Iran has killed 6 Americans, struck Al Udeid without causing casualties, closed Hormuz via the insurance mechanism, hurting China and Europe more than the US, and preserved regime continuity under a successor with a legitimacy problem. Iran's accomplishments are real, but tactical compared to the strategic losses it has absorbed. The long-term question is whether Iran's military degradation will produce a political change in Tehran. That is not yet decided. Why there's no land war. The force structure arithmetic, breaking down comparing Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran on the basis of population, territory, active military, reserve forces, and U.S. peak deployment. U.S. peak deployment to Iraq in 2003 was 160,000. Peak Afghanistan deployment was 100,000. Do you remember how society was disrupted by the deployment of that many people? Yeah, Iran would require 600 to 800,000. If there was going to be a massive deployment, they would have been mobilizing 18 months ago. Iran's active duty military is larger than the entire U.S. Army. A proportional occupation force scaling from Iraq's 160,000 for 26 million people to Iran's 87 million requires 600 to 800,000 troops. The U.S. does not have 600,000 deployable ground troops available when you account for about 28,000 in South Korea, 55,000 in the Indo-Pacific, tens of thousands committed to European NATO posture, ongoing CENTCOM and AFRICOM commitments, and the ground security contingents required for the air campaign zone bases. They also have military assets in Central and South America, taking it to the cartels right now. That's not making the news, but it's definitely happening. Available ground power for Iran, approximately 200,000 to 250,000 at absolute maximum. Against 610,000 active duty defenders, 87 million people, and mountainous terrain designed for defense. The math ends the debate before strategy begins, and a draft, the only mechanism to generate the missing 400,000, is not politically achievable in 2026. It is not going to happen. Anybody who is talking as if that's part of the strategic calculus or could possibly become part of the strategic calculus is lying to you, or they're just retarded, and you should not listen to them. The terrain, everyone's talked about what the terrain is. There's a breakdown here if you want to know. The Mosaic Defense Paradox. IRGC's decentralized command structure was built specifically to defeat U.S. invasion doctrine. 31 provincial corps, each with organic weapons arsenals, logistics chains, Basij militia networks, and pre-delegated authority to act without central command. The Mosaic defense means 1, there is no head to cut. Killing Khamenei doesn't stop the missile launches. 2, pre-positioned weapons caches in every city and town. Every mosque is a Basij command node. And 3, provincial commanders operate on conditions, not orders. The attack triggers the response automatically. Any ground invasion would face an insurgency structure that makes post-2003 Iraq look manageable. Iran has pre-positioned for this. It has spent 45 years building this. The IRGC knows its territory, its streets, its civilian networks. U.S. ground forces would not. Air is the doctrine, not the fallback. The force structure arithmetic above is the definitive answer to the ground war question. But it is worth making explicit what the air campaign achieves that ground forces cannot. The strategic logic. The objective is not territorial control. It is the destruction of specific systems, nuclear, missile, and naval, and the degradation of the coercive apparatus that suppresses internal political change. So they're targeting specific systems, some of which are military and some of which are political. And they are just comprehensively destroying those systems. Ground forces cannot achieve nuclear facility destruction with less collateral damage than GBU-57 MOPs. General Michael T. Flynn has published the most extensive open source strategic framework for this conflict. Isn't that interesting? On the no ground war conclusion, Flynn's statement aligns with the force structure analysis above. No U.S. ground invasion is planned or feasible. Flynn draws the critical distinction from Iraq 2003. This isn't 2003 Iraq. No WMD hunt, no nation-building occupation, far better intelligence and preparation, and a population that's already demonstrated anti-regime sentiment. But it's also not a video game windscreen. What air power achieves that ground forces cannot? Nuclear facility penetration. There's a note here on the munitions depth. Missile launcher interdiction at scale. Economic signaling. Every day the air campaign continues without ground troops is a day the Trump administration demonstrates that the U.S. can impose serious military cost without risking U.S. lives at scale. Ground troops in Iran would cost American lives at a rate that would reshape the political calculus entirely. Bottom line, the land war debate is a distraction manufactured by people who either haven't done the math or don't want to engage with the actual strategy. The air campaign is the strategy. It is specific, achievable, and already substantially delivered. Once again, distraction manufactured by people who either haven't done the math or don't want to engage with the actual strategy. Now, if you haven't done the math, shut up. If you don't want to engage with the actual strategy, also shut up. No, I mean, if you don't want to engage with the actual strategy, okay, fine. Just go air your grievances. I hope you get lots of likes, and I hope that gives you the dopamine spike that you are hoping for. Part 5, the Hormuz chessboard. How Lloyds closed the strait without Iran firing a mine. Iran did not physically mine the Strait of Hormuz. It did not sink a carrier. It attacked commercial vessels enough to trigger the insurance market's self-protective mechanism, and the insurance market did the rest. The sequence: P&I war risk coverage canceled. Ships cannot legally operate without it. Ports won't accept uninsured vessels. Cargo owners won't entrust goods to uninsured ships. Banks won't finance the trade. The vessel becomes commercially non-viable. What does that sound like? Who operates like that? Who operates in the world of weaponizing insurance to affect political outcomes? War risk premiums surged over 1,000%. A VLCC valued at $100 million now faces $2 to $3 million per single voyage versus $250,000 pre-conflict, a 10x increase. Commercial transit became economically irrational without a single physical barrier across the shipping lane. Lloyd's Joint War Committee expanded its high-risk listed areas on March 3 to include Bahrain, Djibouti, Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar, effectively the entire operational zone of the conflict. Strategic asymmetry. Who hurts most? The Hormuz closure creates radically asymmetric pain based on energy import dependency. China loses 1.38 plus million barrels per day of discounted Iranian crude. Also loses Saudi, UAE, and Iraqi oil transiting Hormuz. LNG from Qatar, which suspended production March 2, that it was importing, evaporates. Very funny. China imports roughly 75% of its oil. Higher oil prices directly increase manufacturing costs. China's strategic reserves buy time, reportedly building 1 million barrels per day to storage for the past year, but are finite. They buy time, but they are finite. It also hurts Japan. 95% of crude oil imports from the Middle East, nearly all transit Hormuz, no domestic production alternatives, maximum structural exposure per GDP of any major economy. Europe has already pivoted from Russian gas post-2022 to expensive alternatives, including Qatar LNG, which just suspended production. 12 to 14% of European LNG was Qatar through Hormuz. This is a double energy shock, hitting economies already struggling with post-2022 energy transition costs. Iran itself, the strategic paradox. Iran closed the strait through which it sells its own remaining oil exports. So there's basically a gamble going on here that who's going to hold out longer? Iran getting fucking hammered constantly every day, having their leadership bombed into the Stone Age, or the rest of the world Like who's going to be able to stand up the longest? Iran prepositioned by exporting at 3x normal rate in February and drawing down storage, but the disruption cuts into its own economic lifeline. And then the U.S., a net energy exporter that benefits from elevated prices. U.S. LNG exporters are positioned to capture Asian demand displaced from Qatar. Domestic gasoline prices have risen approximately 16% or 48 cents a gallon since the war started to a national average of $3.45 as of March 8. With diesel up 22%. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan assessed 80% odds of $4 a gallon within a month if oil holds above 100. It already has fallen. Trump declined to release the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, posting on Truth Social short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. Energy Secretary Chris Rice echoed the world is not short of oil today or natural gas, projecting Hormuz disruptions weeks, not months in worst case. Washington Post confirmed the conflict has hit Europe and Asia harder than the United States. Oil at 106 plus and climbing toward 150, U.S. as strategic beneficiary. That has obviously already changed since this was written. New market cascade, production cuts accelerating as tankers accumulate outside Hormuz with nowhere to go. Gulf producers are being forced to slash output because onshore storage is filling. Iraq's production has collapsed 60%. UAE and Kuwait began output reductions on March 7th, with Kuwait's cuts expected to nearly triple on Sunday and continue rising. Rystad Energy head of America's commercial team Amir Zaman warned oil fields shut in across the Middle East could take a while to return to normal even after Hormuz reopens, meaning the production disruption is now compounding the shipping disruption. Every $10 a barrel increase in oil costs China and Japan hundreds of millions per day in additional energy costs, benefits U.S. producers by approximately equivalent amounts. Hear that? Every $10 a barrel increase in oil costs China and Japan hundreds of millions of dollars per day and benefits U.S. producers by approximately equivalent amounts. Strains European economies, net importers, already under inflationary pressure, and devastates Iran's domestic purchasing power while ironically reducing its oil revenue. This is the energy dominance piece of NSPM2's architecture. The U.S., as the world's largest oil producer, is structurally positioned to benefit from the precise market disruption its own military operations are causing. Let me read that one more time. The U.S., as the world's largest oil producer, is structurally positioned to benefit from the precise market disruption its own military operations are causing. This means that the Trump administration has collectively crafted a strategy whereby the United States can solve the Iran having the perpetual war problem while profiting from it. Not just solve the problem, but get paid to do it. This is the global policeman. This is when you actually do the job. Profiting from war, but it's actually based in cool this time. Correct. That's going to make some people so mad. Qatar LNG shut down and Saudi rerouting. That's another thing that you can read if you'd like to. Economic pressure timeline on Iran. Iran's government depends on oil revenue for approximately 80% of its budget. Pre-war, the rial was at 1.45 million per dollar. Inflation was running at 49%. The budget deficit was 6% plus of GDP. The regime was already cutting social subsidies and printing money to cover shortfalls. The war adds destroyed industrial infrastructure, disrupted trade, Hormuz effectively closed even for Iran's own dark fleet operations, additional sanctions targeting Chinese buyers, and military spending from a depleted treasury. What happens when that military can't get paid anymore? What do you think they're going to do then? The head of the government's been lopped off. They're basically running on autopilot with the leadership steadily getting knocked over. And now you're not getting paid. The Treasury breaking point. The IRGC's Basij receives stipends of approximately $100 to $300 per month. When the rial collapses further, those stipends purchase less than $20 in real goods. Besieged participation rates historically decline when economic incentives evaporate. This is not a prediction, it's the observed mechanism of authoritarian coercion breakdown. So once again, degrade their ability to fight back, attack exclusively through the air, and take out the necessary decision makers until you reach a point where the fighting force decides we're not going to fight any longer, and they lose the ability to prevent a political takeover within their country. Part 6, Iran's resilience and its limits. The Mosaic defense held, the paradox explained. They have these 31 autonomous IRGC provincial commands, pre-delegated launch authority, weapons caches in every city. It accomplished exactly what it was designed to do. Khamenei was killed, IRGC commander Pakpour was killed, dozens of senior officials were killed, Iran kept firing. 3 IRGC commanders in 9 months, missiles kept launching. The institutions survived what the individuals could not. This is the doctrine working perfectly. It's also the doctrine's inherent limitation. The decentralization that enables survival prevents coordinated offensive operations. A provincial commander operating on pre-delegated authority can execute his pre-authorized strike package. He cannot coordinate complex multi-axis operations with 30 other provincial commanders simultaneously. The 90% launch rate decline is the empirical proof. Iran can keep firing but cannot conduct a coherent military campaign. Kate says that's basically laying the groundwork for a military coup, if I'm reading this correctly. Bingo. Mojtaba Khamenei's succession, regime continuity, but a legitimacy time bomb. The Islamic Republic was founded on this non-English word that I refuse to say. The principle that the supreme leader must be the most qualified Islamic jurist, selected on theological merit. Mojtaba Khamenei violates this principle in 2 ways. First, his theological credentials. He's not an Ayatollah. He is a mid-ranking cleric whose credentials are below what the Constitution spirit requires. The Assembly of Experts cannot retroactively grant him qualifications he doesn't have. Second, dynastic succession. Father to son in a self-described republic built on rejection of monarchism. The rhetoric of the 1979 revolution was explicitly anti-dynastic. The selection of Mojtaba is a direct ideological contradiction of the founding principles. In other words, the combined U.S.-Israeli operation here has thrust the regime into a spot where for them to execute their pre-programmed operations, they have to delegitimize themselves. Their only options are delegitimization, while losing the capacity to maintain their station, while all of their people are getting more and more upset with them. The clerical establishment and Qom have grounds to object to Mojtaba on purely theological grounds, independent of any Western political pressure. This legitimacy deficit will be a structural vulnerability throughout his tenure. It's suppressed now under wartime solidarity. It will resurface when the bombs stop. There's also reports that he's literally in a coma and is missing limbs and doesn't even know what's happening because he was hit in the initial attacks. The 31 autonomous provincial commands are still operational. They're still operating with full autonomy. As of March 8, missiles are still being launched, though at 10% of day 1 rates. Basij are still suppressing protests. The provincial command structure has not been struck out of existence. The Mosaic can keep operating in defensive mode indefinitely. It cannot win the war for Iran. But it ensures Iran keeps existing as a functioning security state, even as its power projection capability is dismantled. Do you see now why the administration came out and their initial projections were, we expect this to go for maybe 4 or 5 weeks. Why would it be 4 or 5 weeks? That's about how long it's going to take them to work down the chain of command, taking out people who are not going to play ball while bankrupting Iran. I guarantee you, they've got extensive simulations and calculations for how long, if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is almost assuredly going to happen, how long is it going to take before they're so bankrupted they can't even pay their military to continue operating for them, as their own leadership capacity is being degraded and they're running out of munitions without the capacity to reproduce them? Do you see why victory is assured? The 47-day war, that's great. The 90% launch suppression shows the defense's limits. CENTCOM's goal of raising the missile industrial base is the key. Even if Iran's provincial commanders execute their pre-authorized strike packages, those packages deplete finite inventories. Without the ability to manufacture replacements, which requires the industrial facilities CENTCOM is systematically destroying, the mosaic eventually runs dry. The question is timeline. Economic collapse accelerating, for obvious reasons. The three conditions for eternal collapse, the current status. Political science literature identifies three necessary conditions for authoritarian collapse. Here's the current assessment. Condition 1, elite fracture. This has not been met, it's suppressed. Mojtaba's selection represents the IRGC hardliner axis consolidating, not fracturing. 3 commanders killed in 9 months, but the institutional succession protocols worked. No named defections of consequence. Watch for IRGC factional infighting visible in Iranian exile media. Any Artesh general making public statements critical of Mojtaba. Artesh is the conventional military. And then signs of competition between the Vahidi faction and the Ghalibaf Tayeb faction. These are different IRGC factions. Condition 2, economic collapse. This is advanced closest to the threshold. The rial is at historic lows, oil revenue is disrupted, industrial infrastructure is being destroyed, Basij stipends devaluing to near zero purchasing power in real terms. This is the condition most advanced and most likely to reach the threshold. Watch for government missing consecutive payroll to state employees, food shortages in major cities generating spontaneous protest. Condition 3, mass mobilization. This is latent with a proven capacity. The December 2025 to January 2026 protests proved capacity. Spread to all 31 provinces, with government admitting 3,117 killed. HRANA claims 7,000. Leaked Ministry of Health data suggests approximately 30,000. The casualty range is irresolvable through OSENT. This analysis uses the Ministry of Health leaked figure, approximately 30,000, as the upper bound for economic pressure modeling, while acknowledging it cannot be verified independently. The government figure, 3,117, is assessed as an undercount based on historical regime behavior in similar crackdowns. So in other words, approximately 30,000 is operationally, we're going to just consider that the upper bound because it's impossible to actually validate any of this through OSENT. But we're also going to say that if the government admitted killing 3,100 people, we're going to assume that there was more than that. What's absent is the conjunction with elite fraction and security force capacity reduction. Watch for protests resuming at or above December 2025 scale, Basij non-participation at suppression events, and protest networks operating below IRGC intelligence detection. Bottom line assessment. Condition 2, economic, is approaching threshold. Conditions 1 and 3 are not. All 3 must converge simultaneously for the transition to occur. The 12 to 24-month window is the most likely opportunity, not the current conflict period. The geopolitical payoff. You have Jordan providing airspace access. UAE is logistics support and reducing output. Qatar is has the airbase, and they shot down 2 IRIAF. Israel cooperated joint strikes. China is oil buyer and diplomatic cover. Iraq is output is down 60%. They're caught in the middle. Europe has a diesel crisis and an LNG scramble. Saudi Arabia is facilitating covert basing. Russia is intel sharing and arms supplier, and Japan is 95% Hormuz dependent. Their economy has been hit. What Russia loses? Iran was Russia's primary external supplier of Shahed-type kamikaze drones and ballistic missiles for the Ukraine war. Documents confirm Russia-Iran arms transfers from 2024 to 2026 included Su-35 contracts, Mi-28 helicopters, Verba manpads signed days before the strikes. The Shahed drone supply pipeline, which Iran delivered to Russia for use against Ukrainian cities, is disrupted. Russia and Iran's comprehensive strategic partnership faces its most significant stress test. And Russia basically gave, Iran was like, hey, what about that defense pact that we had? And Russia gave them basically what your insurance company gives you when you send your hospital bill to them. You see, because of this fine print, that's actually covered. But thoughts and prayers. What Russia gains. So Russia is losing the production of these drones and ballistic missiles. What are they gaining? Oil prices surge. Every $10 a barrel increase is approximately $25 billion in additional annual Russian revenue. With Brent when Brent was at about 107 on March 8, Russia, that's up $47 a barrel from the pre-conflict $60 start of year baseline. Russia is accruing an estimated $118 billion a year windfall in additional oil revenue at current prices. Zelensky publicly warned on March 3 that a prolonged Iran war could deprive Ukraine of key air defense interceptors. Russia is sharing intelligence with Iran and playing both sides of the conflict to maximize leverage. What Russia does not gain long term: if Iran transitions to a pro-Western government, Russia loses its most important Middle Eastern ally. The Middle East presence Russia built, Syria already fragile, Iran now devastated, would collapse as a strategic architecture. Chatham House assessed, there's your city of London, they assessed Iran war exposes limits of Russia's leverage in a fragmenting regional order. Bottom line, Russia wins economically in the short term, oil, and tactically, US distracted from Ukraine. Russia loses strategically in the long term if Iran transitions. Moscow is playing a waiting game. China's calculus is the most complex in the conflict. The economic pain is immediate and direct. 1.7 million barrels per day of discounted Iranian crude is gone. Global oil prices are surging. LNG supplies from Qatar are disrupted. Chinese teapot refineries in Shandong face secondary sanctions. And China is simultaneously watching the US demonstrate its willingness to launch surprise attacks on a nuclear adjacent state, assassinate a sitting head of state, deploy B-2 bombers in the largest single package B-2 strike in US history, largest by tonnage in US history, belongs to Vietnam-era Linebacker 2, and accept Russian intelligence sharing with the adversary without backing down. The New York Times published on March 7, 2026, for Xi, Trump's embrace of war proves China needs more power. The title is the signal receipt confirmation. Beijing has read the Taiwan message. China's response is calling for ceasefire in public, evacuating nationals, tracking U.S. military operations with satellites, hedging on the Trump-Xi summit, warning that 2026 is a big year for China-U.S. relations. China is not intervening. The China-Iran 25-year cooperation agreement contains no mutual defense clause. The Gulf states are accelerating alignment with the U.S. Saudi Arabia called Iranian strikes on its territory blatant Iranian aggression and formally abandoned its neutrality declaration. Memory says Saudi Arabia has abandoned its declared position of neutrality and now defines Iran as an existential threat. The 2023 China-brokered Saudi-Iran normalization is effectively dead. Iran struck the same Gulf states it had normalized with. UAE called Iranian strikes a flagrant violation of national sovereignty after Iranian drones struck Dubai International Airport, the world's busiest air hub, and Abu Dhabi International Airport. The simultaneous closure of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha airports was described as unprecedented by CSIS. The CSIS assessment: deepening Gulf Cooperation Council integrated air defense coordination is the likely outcome. Gulf states have every incentive to deepen their U.S. security partnerships. The Abraham Accords normalization, with Saudi Arabia as the final most significant piece, is moving faster under the pressure of Iranian military aggression against Gulf infrastructure. The axis of resistance is severely degraded. We've already covered a bunch of those things. How long, and what success looks like. Minimum success is already substantially achieved. The nuclear program setback, again, she has her qualification here. The IRGC power projection is severely degraded. This is ongoing with significant progress. The proxy network severed. This is substantially achieved. The timeline for full minimum success. The raising of the missile industrial base per CENTCOM stated goal will take an additional 2 to 4 weeks of sustained strikes at current tempo. Well, that seems like a pretty familiar timeline there. An additional 2 to 4 weeks, and it's been going for about 2 weeks, so give or take about 5 weeks. Medium success. Iran forced to negotiate from weakness. The theory of change. Iran's military degradation plus economic collapse plus succession instability creates an irresistible incentive for a new JCPOA-style agreement on U.S. terms rather than mutual concession terms. What this would look like. Mojtaba Khamenei, new to power, needing an early stabilizing win, authorizes negotiations. Iran accepts verifiable nuclear dismantlement. Cameras at remaining facilities, IAEA access, no enrichment above 5%. Iran formally withdraws support from proxies, defunds Hezbollah, ends Houthi arms transfers. U.S. provides sanctions relief in exchange for verification. The result, a more comprehensive deal than the JCPOA, covering missiles and proxies, achieved from a position of U.S. strength rather than mutual concession. Probability is moderate, 40 to 50% in a 5-year window, conditional on IRGC Mojtaba access concluding the math doesn't work and seeking an exit. Maximum success is internal political transition, the Flynn scenario, 2 to 5 years. The conditions for transition are being created but are not yet ripening. For the Flynn scenario, Iranian people complete the transition, three things must converge. First, economic collapse crosses the besieged payment threshold. When the besieged stipends are worth too little in real terms to incentivize showing up, the coercive apparatus thins. This is the most advanced condition. Then number two, elite fracture becomes visible. A named IRGC general, senior cleric, or Artesh commander publicly breaks with Mojtaba. This is the most lagging condition, currently suppressed by wartime solidarity. And number three, mass mobilization returns at scale. The December 2025 protests demonstrated the capacity. They will return when the rally around the flag effect of external attack dissipates and economic collapse becomes the dominant political reality again. This is likely post-ceasefire. Reza Pahlavi's National Reconciliation Council, Flynn explicitly cites the exiled crown prince as a transitional figure with a theoretically coherent plan. National Reconciliation Council, 100 to 180 day stabilization period, internationally supervised elections, secular constitution. Trump publicly stated, "I want to be involved in choosing Iran's next leader." The transitional authority in exile exists partially. Caveat on Pahlavi's viability. Iran scholars at CFR, Brookings, and Wilson Center assess Pahlavi's organizational capacity inside Iran as minimal and Iranian public support for monarchy restoration as uncertain. And it seems pretty clear that Trump is, at least where things stand right now, Trump doesn't really have any interest in Pahlavi as an option. Now, something could change. He could update his plans. He could get some sort of sign off on some sort of new aspect of the plan, and they could decide to go with him on a transitional basis. I'm not completely ruling that out. But thus far, it's clear that the plan is not go install Pahlavi. The coherent strategy argument. Author's note, this section is where I'm furthest from my core competency. I'm synthesizing strategic logic from professional analysts, not generating original military judgment. Hegseth doesn't know what he's doing. Sophisticated multi-domain sequencing, suppression of enemy air defenses before leadership strikes, before industrial base targeting, is textbook air campaign doctrine executed in the correct doctrinal order. Platform diversity maximized. B-2 Spirit strategic bombers, nuclear capable, stealth, global reach. Carrier-based F-35Cs and FA-18s, submarine-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft, HIMARS, maximum platform diversity for maximum survivability and effect. Clear, measurable objectives. Raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. That was the Admiral Brad Cooper from CENTCOM, March 5. Is more specific and measurable than anything that guided the Iraq or Afghanistan campaigns. The campaign has a stated end state that can be verified by satellite imagery. No occupation. The explicit, repeated rejection of ground invasion shows understanding of military power's limits that eluded the architects of Operation Iraqi Freedom. This is calibrated strategic restraint. There's no plan! The plan is visible in the target sequencing. Examine the first 8 days. Day 1, February 28. SEAD strikes, leadership decapitation, nuclear sites restruck, missile launchers begin systematic destruction. Days 2 to 4. Conventional naval strikes, Iranian frigate confirmed sunk. IDF and CENTCOM claimed rapid decapitation of fleet capability. Strike on the Assembly of Experts building disrupted succession deliberations. Mojtaba Khamenei was named supreme leader.
Welcome to the
under
Gulag.
extraordinary circumstances.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you for resubscribing, Jeff Gordian. And missile stockpiles were destroyed. Then days 5 to 9, the Defense Industrial Base, missile factories, drone production facilities, ammunition depots, underground complexes were all struck with bunker-busting B-2 deliveries. This is a phased campaign with clear sequencing logic. Suppress defenses, decapitate leadership, destroy immediate capacity, destroy reconstitution capacity. Phase 1 in June of 2025 was the warning shot. Phase 2, February 2026, was the systematic campaign following negotiation failure. The plan is there. It requires reading the target sequence, not Tom Nichols. This will only strengthen Iran. Rally around the flag. The rally effect is documented, real, and temporary. The data from Iran. After Soleimani's assassination in January of 2020, nationwide mourning was genuine. Within months, the Masa Amini era protests began. The mourning didn't translate into permanent regime support. After April 2024 Israeli strikes on Iran, Iranians waved flags. Within months was the largest protest wave in Iranian history, with the regime killing 3,000 to 30,000 of its own citizens to suppress it. The pattern? Rally effects last months. Economic collapse lasts years. The rial was at $1.45 million per dollar in December of 2025. The same month, Iranians were also waving flags intermittently. Economic pain and national pride don't cancel each other. The bombing campaign is designed to be fast. Major military objectives achievable in weeks. The economic collapse is ongoing and structural. The rally effect dissipates when the bombs stop. The economic reality remains. We'll get dragged into a ground war. No, as explained in detail above. Iran is too strong. The data from 9 days of conflict refutes this. Missile launches are down 90% from day 1 to day 6. Air defense. Iranian F-4 Phantoms and F-5s destroyed on their own runways. Israeli jets struck Khamenei's compound in daylight with zero air defense response. Naval capability. Iranian frigate sunk. Rapid decapitation of conventional naval fleet. The nuclear program is set back, TBD amount of time. Proxy network. The axis of resistance is substantially degraded. And leadership, the supreme leader, the IRGC commander, the defense minister, and the NSC head were all killed on day 1. Iran is strong in the specific sense of having a mosaic defense that prevents decapitation of its institutional structure. It is not strong in the sense of being able to contest U.S. air power, protect its nuclear infrastructure, or project offensive military power at scale. The 90% missile suppression is the definitive imperial answer. Iran's strength is insurgent. It can keep fighting indefinitely at low levels through the provincial command structure. It cannot win militarily. Bottom line assessment. The trajectory as of March 8, 2026, 9 days into military campaign, has substantially achieved its stated minimum objectives. Nuclear program set back by years, missile capability functionally destroyed, air defense operationally irrelevant, axis of resistance substantially degraded, IRGC leadership decimated. The regime has survived. Mojtaba Khamenei is the new supreme leader. The IRGC is firing on pre-authorized targets, and 31 provincial commands are operating under mosaic defense. The actuarial blockade of Hormuz is the most significant Iranian achievement, hurting China and Europe more than the US, and accelerating. Iraq output is down 60%. UAE and Kuwait have begun production cuts as storage fills. The disruption is compounding. The campaign is entering phase 3. Systematic destruction of defense industrial base, missiles, drones, and ammunition, continued economic pressure, secondary sanctions targeting China, and political warfare, support for internal opposition, and Trump's stated role in successor selection. The raise the missile industrial base objective requires another 2 to 4 weeks of sustained strikes at current tempo. The decisive variable. A note on the limits of this analysis. Everything below reflects my best read of the open source record as a civilian data analyst. Once again, this is from Data Republican. The military BDA numbers come from CENTCOM and IDF, official sources with obvious incentives to present favorable assessments. The economic data is more reliable because it's market reported. The political transition analysis is genuinely speculative, and I want to be clear that I'm working at the edge of what open source OSINT can tell us here. This is not just Data Republican. It's Data Republican created essentially like an AI-driven OSINT tool to try to integrate all of these things and see what it would produce. Everything in this analysis points to one decisive variable that no bombing campaign can determine: the organizational capacity of the Iranian internal opposition. The external campaign has done and is doing the work of military degradation. The economic collapse is structural and ongoing. But the political transition requires Iranians to organize, coordinate, and act under conditions of lethal repression. The diaspora network provides information and financial support, but not organizational capacity. Reza Pahlavi provides a name, but not necessarily a coalition. Flynn's best, most realistic path: degrade the regime's coercive machinery enough that Iranians themselves finish the job, is strategically coherent. Whether the Iranian internal opposition is sufficiently organized to seize the window when it opens is the question that no intelligence assessment can definitively answer. The honest bottom line: the military campaign has been a success by its own stated metrics. The political outcome remains undetermined. The US has destroyed what Iran took 47 years to build militarily. Whether that destruction produces the political outcome the US wants depends on dynamics inside Iran that no bomb can reach. That is the permanent structural limitation of military force as an instrument of political change. Watch the Artesh, watch the Basij absenteeism, watch the Rial, watch for any senior cleric in Qom publicly questioning Mojtaba's theological legitimacy When those indicators move, the timeline compresses. And then there's a summary confidence table. Now, I already talked about China and helium and Qatar. This is interesting here from the Kobayashi letter. The U.S. oil market has undergone a historic transformation. The U.S. has been a net exporter of oil every quarter since 2020, with exports up to approximately 360 million barrels per quarter, the second highest on record. Since 2008, U.S. oil exports have surged about 800%, driven by the shale revolution. Over the same period, imports have fallen by roughly 38% to approximately 260 million, near the lowest since the 1990s. The U.S. has gone from net importing about 400 million barrels of oil per quarter in 2006 to net exporting 100 million barrels per quarter in 2025. This marks one of the biggest energy shifts by a major economy in modern history. U.S. oil dominance is reshaping global energy dynamics. And check out that graph. Look at this graph. Starts at 1983. This is the first date down here. 1983, 88, 93, 98, 2003. And it's right between 2003 and 2008 where the exports start scaling up drastically. They have one dip here during COVID, and then they've continued up, although they have dipped a little bit recently. Meanwhile, the imports peaked right before the exports started to climb. And then the imports have continued on their way down, though not perfectly proportionally to the increase. Okay, now, I wanted to read you all of that, knowing that it was going to take like an hour probably to get through it all, because compare what her little AI tool produced there to what we're hearing from Pete Hegseth. Now, this gives me the opportunity to catch up on the comments a little bit and let my voice recover.
60 Minutes overtime.
CBS News has three...
Oh, and I just got to say, there's a possibility. I don't know what if 60 Minutes clips are going to get this yoinked off of YouTube. If it does, then I'll just have to clip this part out, and it'll just skip to whatever's after this. There are other ways you can watch. If you want to watch the video, probably Substack is going to be the best way. You can also watch the replay on Kick. I know a lot of people have said the app isn't stable for replays. Hopefully that changes. It's really a live streaming app. I understand if it doesn't really change on that front, but that's why you can also watch on Rumble, on X if you want. Substack is probably the best place to get the full and complete replay all the time. And if you're just looking for the audio, then you can go to the your podcatcher of choice.
Sources telling us that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran on U.S. positions and movements. The average American might hear that and think that's a big and dangerous deal, is it?
Well, we're tracking everything. Our commanders are aware of everything. We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who's talking to who, why they're talking to them, how accurate that information might be, how we factor that into our battle plans, our CENTCOM commander. So we know what's going on, and the president has an incredible knack at knowing how to mitigate those risks. And so the American people can rest assured their commander-in-chief is well aware of who's talking to who, and anything that shouldn't be happening, whether it's in public or back-channeled, is being confronted and confronted strongly.
The American people can therefore expect conversations with the Russians to stop this?
Well, President Trump, as people have seen, has a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders where he can get things done that other presidents, certainly Joe Biden, never could have. And through direct conversations or indirect, through him one-to-one or through his cabinet, messages definitely can be delivered.
Does this put U.S. personnel in any more danger than they otherwise would be?
Well,
the Russian involvement.
You can kind of read between the lines here, which is he's well aware of whatever it is, and either they already knew that Russia was going to do this, that it doesn't really change the factors on the ground. It's not even a true report. It's not actually happening, or it's they have back channels. Trump is talking directly to Putin, and either way, it's not changing the trajectory of their operation. Or if it is, they just don't need to say it publicly.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger.
This is at 1.25. There's a line for you.
Definitely can be delivered.
Does this put U.S. personnel in any more danger than they otherwise would be?
Well,
the Russian involvement.
No one's putting us.
Oh, come on.
Danger. We're putting the other guys in danger.
Nobody's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. Okay, Pete.
That's our job. So we're not concerned about that. We mitigate it as we need to. Our commanders factor all of this, but the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
President.
The only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians who think they're going to live. Ha ha ha!
We're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you.
Said recently there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. What does that look like? How will you know?
Nematode!
Welcome, Homo.
Thank you, sir. It's good to be here. Politically Catholic, you said you sent something through Kofi, and it looks like it didn't go through. I'm not sure. I don't have something received for it, but I'll check. I'll log into the Stripe account and see if it came through Stripe for some reason.
Real?
It means we're fighting to win. It means we set the terms. We'll know when they're not capable of fighting. There'll be a point where they'll have no choice but to do that. Whether they know it or not, they will be combat ineffective. They will surrender.
Typically, the understanding of a surrender is person to person. Is that what would be required in a matter like this?
Well, there's a lot of different ways. Whether they want to admit it or not, whether their pride lets them say it out loud or not, it's President Trump who will set the terms of that. Again, combat ineffective. We're fighting to win. He sets the terms. We'll decide when they're ready or not. We'll decide when our objectives are met.
I see.
President Trump has set those clear objectives. But what I think some folks have been confused by is that our will might be limited, or our capabilities might be limited, or our munitions might be limited. They're wrong. And the Iranians are wrong to miscalculate American will and American authorities and American capabilities and American munitions. We have just now begun to fight, just now begun to surge. And so if the Iranians haven't factored that into who's going to be the winner at the outcome of this, over time they'll start to realize how deep President Trump's will is on this fight.
There was a very long war between Iran and Iraq. Almost 8.
And that's a lot of people. You get a lot of guys who the only time they take away from talking about the how stupid democracy is and how terrible it is that all these different retards get to vote and all of that. The only time they stop talking about that is so they can publicly hector the president for not giving them a comprehensive delineation of all of his war plans. And that's what a lot of these different questions are. And you can tell that Pete's on the, he refers to this multiple times throughout the interview. Like, you want us to say, we are going to, this is our deadline. If we don't achieve our objectives by Friday at 5 p.m., then we're going to back off. Like, when in the world would you want a military that operates like that?
8 years, and they never surrendered in that war. And I'm just wondering if that factors into your calculus of the president's calculus.
I mean, there was a really long fight that I was a part of, and my generation was a part of,
I know that.
in Iraq and Afghanistan, where a lot of foolish approaches were used. This is war. This is conflict. This is bringing your enemy to their knees. Now, whether they will have a ceremony in Tehran Square and surrender, that's up to them. But ultimately, their ability to fight, their ability to project power, their ability to shoot missiles, their ability to confront us, their ability to shut down shipping, all of those things, we'll decide the terms of that. And President Trump has made that very clear.
Understood. You just said the word war. Earlier this week, Speaker Johnson, Mike Johnson, said the U.S., quote, is not at war right now. Are we at war?
Well,
is he confused about that?
The lawyers will debate all these things, and we have great lawyers, and we're making sure it's all buttoned up. There's a reason we changed our name from the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Not because we seek war, not because we want more war. Frankly, we want peace. That's what the president has put us in charge of, creating a world where we can live more peacefully. But if war is necessary, call it war, call it conflict, call it a campaign, call it an operation, call it a contingency, call it what you want. If war is necessary, we're going to fight to win. And that's different than what Joe Biden had done or Barack Obama had done or others have done in this position. Or take that long war I talked about in Iraq. George W. Bush and others sending in hundreds of thousands of troops with a nebulous end state, dissolving the security forces and then unleashing an insurgency that had us tied there for over a decade, costing thousands of lives and trillions of dollars. President Trump's not fighting that way. And if the world hasn't taken notice of that yet, they're not fully factoring in how this commander-in-chief leads. He leads with clarity, with a clear America First objectives that protect our people and our interests, and then he gives the military everything they need to accomplish it. That means we set the terms. That means we decide when our mission is achieved, and then we bring our folks home, which I think is what the American people expect, that kind of strength from a commander-in-chief.
The Speaker of the House said late this week, the mission...
It's like, I don't care if do they want to have like a happy little ceremony in the town square and be like, oh, look at us surrendering. Yeah, you guys can surrender however you want. And I think this goes toward the the expectation on the behalf of Iran. We don't care what governmental structure you set up. We don't care how you go about it, who's in charge or whatever. All we care is that it's something that's stable, that's going to stay that way, and you give us someone that we can interface with, that's going to engage in good faith with the recognition that we aren't partners here. We aren't equal parties. You can play ball, or we're going to keep killing your leaders until you get one that will actually work with us and consolidate power behind him. And once we do, then we will help him consolidate power behind him.
Is, and I'm quoting him directly here, nearly accomplished by all estimates. Is that true?
We're very much on track, on plan. I was down at CENTCOM.
Yes, one might hear that and think it's almost over.
Well, we're not flying a mission accomplished banner like George W. Bush on an aircraft carrier. We're not doing that, and we haven't done that. But we can be clear with the American people that this is not a fair fight, and that's on purpose. Our capabilities are overwhelming compared to what Iran's are. And frankly, when you combine our Air Force with the Air Force of the Israeli Defense Forces, it's the two most powerful air forces in the world. The ability for us to be up over the top and hunting with more conventional munitions, gravity bombs, 500-pound, 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound bombs on military targets, that we haven't even really begun to start that effort of the campaign, which is going to showcase even more how we will execute on those objectives. So he's trying to explain the fact that we have an overwhelming advantage, which we do, but we'll decide when our objectives are met, and we'll get there.
You mentioned America first.
So when Trump says the war is over, he's saying it in the sense of like, you know, you might be watching a football game, and one team is up 35-0 in the third quarter, and you're like, yeah, this game's over. You know, the clock has to count down to 0, but this game's already over. Yeah, we've not yet begun to fight. Our war secretary is a student of history.
First, some who identify with that movement, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, have said from their perspective this isn't an America First campaign. Do you want to address
the N-word?
I'm in the room every day, and I see how President Trump operates and what he's putting first, and it's America, Americans, and American interests at every level.
I
How long
always
should our
thought
bases be
Guinness is the
tolerating
word
thousands?
for a female Italian.
N-word screamer in church. What a patriot. Thank you. N-word screamer in church. I always thought Guinness is the word for a female Italian. I'm never going to not think that now. That's tremendous. Hyper-violent Hyperborean!
I want war. I love war. Will the killing end? No. More brother wars.
Shout out to Hyper-violent Hyperborean, the patriot. More brother wars. War is based. We love war.
Thousands of short-range ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones pointing at our bases and our people. After 47 years of Americans being targeted and killed, the men I served with in combat in Iraq coming home with no arms and no legs, targeted by Iranian EFPs. Thousands of Americans killed. Beirut, you want to go back? We can go back to how long? I mean, the regime itself is premised on death to America. So 47 years, thousands of missiles, and an unrelenting pursuit of nuclear ambitions. I mean, President Trump's right. When he says we obliterated their nuclear program, he's right. We did. We dropped those bombs exactly where they needed to be, set them back. But that doesn't mean they've stopped their pursuit. Doesn't mean in the back of their mind they're thinking, well, maybe we'll wait it out and keep. They've miscalculated the resolve of President Trump.
What's that? Extend to pretend? No. Just wait it out. Just wait him out. Who does that sound like? Who operates like that? Just drag it out a little bit longer. Lie, drag your feet, play this extend to pretend game. Who does that sound like? Look at the seriousness on his face when he says this.
That doesn't mean they've stopped their pursuit. Doesn't mean in the back of their mind they're thinking, well, maybe we'll wait it out and keep. They've miscalculated the resolve of President Trump. Ask Nicolas Maduro about that. Ask the Houthis about that. Look at the southern border. Look at the cartels and drug boats. When President Trump says he'll take care of something, he's going to take care of it.
When President Trump says he's going to kill you, he's going to kill you. You're welcome to fuck around and find out. But when he says it's time for you to die, it's time for you to die.
Let's talk about the nukes for a second. Is it possible to achieve the objectives President Trump has set before you?
We're going to kill them.
Locate,
they're going to be like
obtain,
dead.
extract the highly enriched uranium.
There's a lot of different ways we can get after that. They've used a conventional umbrella of missiles that was growing every single day, their production capacity, to try to cover over their nuclear blackmail ambitions. As far as how you get at that nuclear option, we'll make sure that their nuclear ambitions are never achieved.
Will we take it out ourselves?
Well, I would never tell you or anybody else what our options are. See, that's another thing. People keep asking.
It's a legitimate
It's
question.
a very fair question. People ask boots on the ground, no boots on the ground, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, go in, go in. President Trump knows, I know, you don't tell the enemy, you don't tell the press, you don't tell anybody what your limits would be on an operation. We're willing to go as far as we need to in order to be successful. We want the Iranians guessing and second guessing and triple guessing what we might be willing to do because under President Trump, we just might, and they need to factor for that.
Do we have any overt or covert forces inside Iran now?
I wouldn't tell you that if we did.
Look at the interviewer as he asks the question. Oh, come on. Don't be gay. Seriously? Why are we doing this? Everything looks connected. Still streaming. But for whatever reason, we'll refresh the page. And it was at...
The fact that we have an overwhelming advantage. Go in. President Trump knows, I know, you don't tell the enemy.
Hyperviolent Hyperborean!
The regime is based on death to America. He just like me for real. Welcome back. Canada has been months away from a nuclear bomb since 1959. Come, invade us. More brother wars. America to Lena EST.
Gross. Ew.
Canada! We're going to kill you!
You don't tell the press, you don't tell anybody what your limits would be on an operation. We're willing to go as far as we need to in order to be successful. We want the Iranians guessing and second guessing and triple guessing what we might be willing to do because under President Trump, we just might, and they need to factor for that.
Do we have any overt or covert forces inside Iran now?
That right there, the total body language cue of, I know I'm asking you a question that you're not going to answer.
I wouldn't tell you that if we did.
The only reason I ask is earlier this week you said no. Is that still the answer?
Yeah, that's still the answer, but we reserve the right. We would be completely unwise if we did not reserve the right to take any particular option, whether it included boots on the ground or no boots on the ground.
President Trump also said this week he would like to protect some of the people who he would like to.
This is someone made a meme after my last episode. I think maybe it was Kingless Kingdom. Apologies if it was someone else, but someone made a meme. It's not masculine to nag the emperor. This idea that you're going to be like, oh, President Trump, you need to assuage my fears. Tell me your military plans so I can plan accordingly. No. This is why you voted for him. You may not have thought that's why you were voting for him, but that's a you problem. You can take some context clues here. That's why I went and read you that whole damn thing. You got more than enough information to, use some context clues here. I know that this can be an autism thing sometimes. Just incapable of reading context or social cues or anything like that. But they're clearly not going to say, oh yeah, absolutely, we have 100% ruled out having any American boot touch Iranian soil. Retards, man.
Come to power in Iran. Is that a new mission for your department?
No.
How would you protect people that are inside the country that he might think could rise to the level of leadership there?
Well, the best way to protect them is what we're doing right now. What you see right now between American efforts and Israeli efforts
Interesting cut there.
Is a generational opportunity for the people of Iran. What happens, how that gets followed through with, they'll choose. The president has been clear, now is your time. Not yet. Bombs are dropping, be careful. But over time, the Iranian people are going to have a great opportunity. And if they do seize that opportunity, they will have President Trump to thank for it.
Do you want the Kurds involved to help him with that?
That would be up to them, but that's not currently part of our mission scope.
You know they're massing in northern Iraq, and some of them are approaching the border thinking it might be a good time for them to go in.
Well, we know a lot about what's going on.
Would you discourage them from that?
I would say that's, when you look at our mission set, we have described it very clearly what it is. Whatever other groups attempt to take advantage of that, that's on them, and we wish them well, but that's not part of what we're doing.
Here's our mission set. We've described what our mission set is. Whomever else wants to take advantage of that, knock yourselves out. There's that strategic ambiguity.
Would we coordinate with them?
Well, I wouldn't tell you who we were willing to coordinate with or not.
Understood. It has been said that the Israelis, through Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, provided on February 23rd key information about intelligence they had developed about the likely whereabouts of Ali Khamenei and many in his inner circle. That the U.S. then checked it out.
Bro, you're an American. Just say Khamenei. Ali Khamenei. You're American. Speak like it.
The CIA confirmed that, and that was an opportunity that presented itself to the president. And that was the precipitating factor for this war. That's the way it's been reported. Is that accurate, Mr. Secretary?
President Trump's approach has been our interest in advancing those interests from the beginning.
That was a cut.
And so the fact that intelligence was gathered, whether from Israelis or ours, and always checked by our intel agencies to make sure it's accurate. A lot of times the best way to start operations is a trigger-based or condition-based moment. And you can work together on whether that makes sense. But we were always controlling the throttle about whether or not to go or not go, and ultimately to advance American interests and protect American lives.
Some might look at that sequence of events and...
You know what's funny is that it's really obvious. Someone who was just viewing the course of events from the outside would be like, yeah, it's pretty obvious here that Israel is America's attack dog. Like, Israelis are the ones that are paying way more of a price on this than any American. I know the whiners on the timeline might want to talk about themselves as if they're victims in this whole thing, but they're getting off hunky-dory. Just like the 12-Day War, Israel is if anyone's getting hammered other than Iran, it's Israel.
Say, well, that it was an opportunity more than an imminent threat.
I mean, I think much of that discussion is silly and academic. They've been killing us for 48 years.
Fuck the eggheads!
They have unabated nuclear ambitions. And when we obliterated their nuclear program at the end of the 12-Day War in Operation Midnight Hammer, they should have come to the table and said, okay, we get it, you mean business, we're not gonna have nukes, and they haven't. And as a result, when the president looks at it, generationally, he sees a threat that would continue to gather. And if they build more missiles with a conventional shield, then that's a danger to US persons, US people, and our interests. And unlike previous presidents, President Trump had the courage and boldness to act. And
Kingless Kingdom got AI modded. He said, worst goy grinder ever. So many Jews dead. Zoomer Dylan says Tel Aviv getting hammered like a gay bar in Tel Aviv. And Slutty Milk says, Israel controls the U.S., which is why Israel takes more casualties and damage. Right. They're so bad at this. The goy grinder.
I'm grateful we have such a commander-in-chief.
You said this is not a regime change war, but the regime has changed. That's obvious.
Ben Shapiro on 2X says, you think Melania gave Trump an Operation Midnight Hummer? Bonks in the chat. You're only allowed to horny post if you do it through the tip link.
Can you square the two?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I meant what I said. It's not a regime change war in the conventional George W. Bush context of hundreds of thousands of troops. I mean, in Afghanistan, what I watched as a young captain was Americans thinking we were going to remake a society that was basically biblical times with AK-47s and cell phones. The hubris of we're going to take Afghanistan and turn it into a Jeffersonian democracy by building Western-style forces and Western-style institutions. It was never going to work, and I saw it and watched it play out. And it doesn't dispel the courage of the Americans who fought there, who I know there. But this is not a remaking of the Iranian society from an American perspective. We tried that. The American people have rejected that. President Trump called those wars dumb, and we're not fighting that way. And so that's the paradigm I hope Americans will look at this. This is a president who believes that American strength is important, that we get more peace in the world when we are strong, and that the Iranian regime seeking these kinds of nuclear weapons, it was an unacceptable risk for the United States of America, and he took action. And what you're seeing now is overwhelming swift action, not to simply compel a slight change in a week, but to truly get rid of that threat and provide maximum options and decision space for the president on behalf of American interests in the world.
The president also said this week,
Magoo says, remember when all the haters and I assume it was probably faggots were panicking about a weekend Fox host being our war secretary. Dude is an operator. So true. So true.
Venezuela is a model. What did he mean by that in Iran?
I heard a few senators in our closed-door briefings
this is a funny point he makes here.
say, well, how do you know this is going to end up like Venezuela? Citing now Venezuela as the positive model of what these types of things can look like. Of course, it'd be incredible if it ends up looking like Venezuela. They're very different countries. We're not foolish enough to think that they look the same or have the same dynamics. Again, these kind of comparisons are thrown out there as if we don't understand that. We very much do. But Venezuela...
Right! All of these critiques and concerns and all this panicking on the timeline is all like acting as if these people are fucking retarded. Literal like mouth breathers who need someone to tie their own shoes for them. When clearly they're not.
Venezuela is a great example of American power and pressure on an adversary who had a lot of capabilities in our own hemisphere, which...
I suppose killing every member of a regime qualifies as a change.
Right!
This operation is probably the best example of weaponized incompetence ever. Oh no, we can't attack first, we just can't get there in time. Maybe if you and we could try any help. Woo.
Yeah, right. You go first, we'll have your back. Ooh.
Previous presidents tolerated for far too long. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine, is alive and well. We just held a conference yesterday, America's Counter-Cartel Conference, where we're building together countries in Central, South America, and the Caribbean to fight the cartels. I mean, he's going on offense against problems that have been lingering for a long time, but we're doing it smartly. We're doing it with a power.
Weird. I wonder why all these problems were lingering for such a long time. Huh.
Or projection and application, seeking certain outcomes, and so far, because of the way the president leads, we've achieved them.
It's almost like they weren't meant to be solved. And someone actually trying to solve them is a problem. Which would be why all of the people who claimed that this was a problem that needed to be solved are very concerned that someone's actually solving them.
Since you brought us into that room where you got that question from those senators, how could it be like Venezuela? What did you tell them?
Well, that was more of an observation. We didn't say anything on that. Just the fact that they're now citing Venezuela as a positive outcome.
Do you think
considering 2 months ago everyone was saying you can't do Venezuela? I mean, the reality is what a shining example of what American strength can produce, an outcome folks thought was almost unforeseeable. Now we've got American officials there. We're reestablishing relationships. We've got an embassy there. They're participating in making sure that oil only goes through the proper processes, expelling Iranians, totally remaking what was an adversary into a strategic opportunity. I think it's an incredible thing and a story that needs to be told.
Let's talk about oil.
Slutty Milk said, the art of the deal. now Venezuela is the model. A couple of months ago, it's not allowed. Now everyone's like, oh, how are you going to promise that it's all going to work as well as Venezuela did? Are you saying that Venezuela actually worked out really well? Huh? Wild.
Well, the president said this week the Strait of Hormuz will be taken care of. How will that be taken care of, and how will the ships that are there, that are not moving, start to move and be moving with a degree of confidence that they will not be inhibited by what remains of the Iranian either boats or gun emplacements along that strait?
Well, we're taking care of a lot of that.
How?
Well, American firepower. What was the Iranian Navy is largely no more. There'll be more boats to be sunk, for sure. So their ability to project any power in that area in a naval sense is being diminishing and will be increasingly diminished. Again, what I want your viewers to understand is this is only just the beginning. We are only just now getting over the top of the country with impunity, where now the munitions we're dropping are still precision-guided munitions. We've got unlimited supplies of them, and we'll be picking those targets and sinking those boats. But I would also remind your audience, it's early. It's 6 days into this campaign, 6 days. So we're going to have a lot more options over time on critical waterways like that to ensure that we can safeguard them and make sure safe packing.
From your vantage point, and I imagine from the direction of the president, we are not going to have a global oil shock as a result of this conflict.
Well, certainly we've got a world-class energy secretary and treasury secretary and interior secretary, all who know that industry really well and have a deep reservoir of relationships. So they've got an eye on that for sure. And we've got allies and partners willing to participate in mitigating that. But the president's also been clear that, hey, he's prepared to see this through, mitigating that, but also not allowing that to be a limiting factor. This is a generational challenge he's prepared to be addressing when we want to manage all of those things, but ultimately taking care of Iran's power projection capabilities changes the world for a generation and gives an opportunity to that region in ways that we haven't experienced before.
So when I just heard you say, Mr. Secretary, not a limiting factor, is that a way of saying to the American public you might have to deal with something that's a little bit uncomfortable in terms of oil and gas prices for a little bit of a while because it's the larger, more important goal to achieve?
Well, it's my way of saying that it is an important goal to achieve, but we have the best team on the planet addressing it. So anything that does happen on the energy side is after maximum mitigation and not done so lightly. But ultimately, this objective and achieving this objective is critically important. And we can do it not just with overwhelming lethality, but with precision as well, and that's how we aim to do it.
There's this like clearly what he's saying is yeah, there's going to be stuff that you're going to feel. Like we don't have like absolute precise control over this, but we're not just flying into it hand-cocked or flying into it half-cocked. What do you say? Like basically if you do feel anything, it will only be after maximum mitigation. In other words, we're on it. We're not going to let this spin out of control, but
this regime is retarded maxing while the former regimes were just retarded. Retarded and malicious. Never forget that not all retards are downies, some of them are just spaces. Gas prices are down a bit today. To be honest, keeping oil expensive helps whites.
That's very true. Keeping oil expensive does help whites, particularly a specific category of whites. I think you probably can't underestimate the extent to which Russia would be fine with this because of the money that they will make off of this. Particularly if you recognize that this is Iran getting a nuclear weapon being the forever war, and Trump being like, no, the forever war stop with me. This is a problem that's going to be resolved. There is no like null state where you just, that's what a lot of the criticisms of doing this are as if there was like this null state where you could just do nothing and everything is fine. No, this whole thing was going to constantly persist. And maybe you get another president down the line who doesn't have the perspicacity and the courage and the willingness and the strategic know-how and straight up balls to get it done. So it's going to happen. There is no fallback to some kind of null state where the status quo continues, which is forever wars. This is a military objective aimed at ending the forever wars, eliminating the cause of the forever wars.
You were asked earlier in the week about this girls' school. You said the U.S. was investigating it. Have you made any conclusions about whether or not the United States, inadvertently or not, was involved in any military strike at that school?
Well, we're still investigating, and that's where I'll leave it today. But what I will emphasize to you and to the world is that unlike our adversaries, the Iranians, we never target civilians.
There was a report late in the week.
There was something someone in the chat just said a few minutes ago that like an underreported aspect of this is just how few Iranian citizens are getting caught in the crossfire of all of this. These are all like precision strikes on military infrastructure. And I'll have something more about the school thing in just a minute.
From two officials that it was likely U.S. involvement. Is that report false?
I've already said we're investigating.
If you could tell the American public it definitively was not us, you would tell us, wouldn't you?
I would say that it's being investigated, which is the only answer I'm prepared to give.
There's reporting from our Margaret Brennan that not us, but allies in the region are running very low on interceptors. Is that true, number one?
I'll say this with respects to the Iranian thing with the school. Even if the school was actually hit, the question is how many people were actually there, how many people were actually killed. And if you've seen the aerial view of it, the school is literally on a military compound. So, isn't that fascinating? There's an imminent strike. Like, obviously, these carrier strike groups aren't being positioned over there in this huge military buildup. It's not like they just surprised them. Boo! All of a sudden. It was very clear something was coming, and then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of children wind up clustered together on a military base.
The only time you will feel something is when you go in full cocked.
So true.
Frame raw, like Airly means hey. A final conflict, a world-ending conflict, a Ragnarok, and ascension to Valhalla? The investigator-in-chief let us know this was coming. Israel killed Kirk.
Ragnarok! We're coming, Ragnarok!
Welcome to the
with our full cocks!
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you for resubscribing, Levin to 7.
One. Number two, how prepared are we to help them restock interceptors to protect them as we continue this campaign?
Very prepared. We plan for that. As you heard Admiral Cooper yesterday lay out, the CENTCOM commander, Their missile projection is down 90% from that height. So missile shots. So if they can't shoot anywhere near that volume, our projections of munitions are well beyond what we would need. And we can cross-load for allies if need be, always ensuring that our forces and our troops and our bases are taken care of first. But where we can help allies, we will. And I will just say that as we continue to attrit missile launchers, that's the biggest one. They have a very limited supply of missile launchers.
This is an important analogy he gives here.
You can't, it's like lots of bullets without a gun. If you got 5,000 rounds of 9mm, but you only have 2 pistols, once you get rid of the 2 pistols, you don't have anything. And so those launchers are what we've been targeting with great success. And if they want to continue shooting, they have to continue exposing them, which means we continue to target them. And
so that's, well, there's a pause face. That's really important. Now the game that the Iranians have to play is, we've hidden all these launchers everywhere, but as soon as we fire them off, immediately they're identified where they are and they can be destroyed. So they're basically turning the launchers themselves into single use. More on that in a minute.
And then you get at the missiles as well, and then you get at the missile production, and then you get at the drones. And the more you do that, the less interceptors you need in that process. That's one of the theories of the case, is that you've got all these American troops and all these American bases and others with missiles pointed at them in a way that you can't tolerate with a country that's seeking nuclear weapons. So we don't have concerns on munition. Our projections are clear. And we're also supercharging the defense industrial base in our own country. There's a reason I spent the previous month on an Arsenal of Freedom tour, going across the country, ensuring that our defense contractors are delivering. We're about to meet with them. And
what's that? Just before this, he goes on a tour around the country to meet with all the missile manufacturers? Almost like there was a whack-a-mole. So true, Emperor Atreides. Whack-a-mole. That's what we're playing.
And talked about ensuring that they deliver. Speed, scale, under cost. We're setting out demand signals for years of critical munitions to make sure that we're full up beyond what we need. We have more munitions than we need. We need even more for that for the world that we live in. And that's why the president's spending $1.5 trillion on defense next year. We take this deadly seriously. There's a lot of countries that talk about this stuff. There's a lot of forums that happen in Europe, and they debate these questions and problems. President Trump takes them head on behalf of the security of the American people. He's a unique and generational leader.
Admiral Cooper also made reference to drone capabilities for the Iranians. What would you assess them to be, and how much of a risk factor is that, not just for those U.S. forces position, but our allies in the region?
We're taking them on. As we see in the war in Ukraine and Russia, drone warfare is part of future warfare. There's no doubt about it.
It's exponential.
That was an interesting little, I didn't catch that the first time around.
But our allies in the region.
We're taking them on. As we see in the war in Ukraine and Russia.
As you saw, and he corrects himself and says, as we see in the war in Ukraine. Interesting to start to speak of it in the past tense. I wonder why he corrected himself on that.
Drone warfare is part of future warfare. There's no doubt about it.
It's exponentially advanced in the last 4 or 5 years.
No doubt. And we've advanced with it. That's why we've made drone dominance one of the top priorities of the Pentagon. The Department of War is ahead and going to surge ahead in our ability to scale drones, simple drones, attritable drones, one-way attack drones, exquisite drones. I mean, it's predator drones that do a lot of the hunting of these mobile launch.
Yeah, we aren't supposed to know Russia's already on side. That was where my mind went too, Lord Breezy.
And others. So when it comes to drone technology, we're surging quickly. We know what they've got, and we know how to mitigate it, and we're getting after it.
Are they harder to stop?
I wouldn't say harder. It's just a different problem set. What is good to see, though, 6 days in, is that they're having to scoot and shoot. Because
what does that mean?
Meaning, if you're not under threat, just like anything else with a rifle, you can take your time and aim and point. It's a lot easier. But when there's a threat of a loitering munition or something striking you once you shoot, you get out there quickly and set up and try to fire more quickly and then hide again. You're just not as accurate in that context. So their salvos are less accurate and a lower volume, which allows us more opportunities to shoot them down. I want to say, though, and the president's been clear about this, that doesn't mean they won't have some get through, as we tragically saw. And we're going to greet those families at Dover and honor and respect the sacrifice they gave. And the president's been right to say there will be casualties. Things like this don't happen without casualties. There will be more casualties. And no one is, especially our generation, knows what it's like to see Americans come home in caskets. But that doesn't weaken us one bit. It stiffens our spine and our resolve to say this is a fight we will finish.
You said in CENTCOM, rededicate.
Rededicate to the mission on behalf of recognizing their service and sacrifice in Operation Epic Fury. So that will happen. It's combat. It's war, as the president has. We don't say that callously or loosely. But if Iran thinks they're going to attrit our will, they're wrong. Our capabilities are better. Our will is better. Our troops are better. The providence of our Almighty God is there protecting those troops. And we're committed to this mission.
I got to say, it's obviously I'm biased here, but I got to say, it's refreshing to hear both the president and the Secretary of War say, yes, there are going to be casualties. We're not in this like imaginary world where we can just do regime change and there's no casualties and no one dies and everything's all hunky-dory. There's going to be casualties. That's why you have a military. You have a military to attain military objectives with the recognition that sometimes the pursuit of those military objectives is going to bring with it casualties. The existence of casualties is not an argument against. The mere existence of casualties is not an argument against using the military or pursuing military objectives.
You made that reference to the providence of Almighty God. Is there any part of you, Mr. Secretary?
This is a very interesting question, particularly coming from 60 Minutes.
And you made that reference to the providence of Almighty God. Is there any part of you, Mr. Secretary, that views any of this in a religious context?
I mean, obviously, we're fighting religious fanatics who seek a nuclear capability in order for some religious Armageddon. But from my perspective, I mean, obviously, I'm a man of faith who encourages our troops to lean into their faith, rely on God. There's no atheists in foxholes. Your mortality is right in front of you. I remember prayer for me on combat missions, how important that was. That's why we're making the chaplain corps great again and active again, making sure we're pouring into the faith of our troops. My Christian faith, faith in general, is important to the president. It's important in our fighting ranks to give them perspective, on human nature, on their own humanity, on our own mortality.
For those who are confused, I was speculating that the Valhalla Gaffe was a code word for a campaign to punish Israel for overstepping, since our favorite uncle and his friends were very into Norse truths. Russia is definitely on side, oil and faith.
Oh, interesting. Yes. The Valhalla thing from Kash Patel, when he said, "See you in Valhalla." Because I heard that there was a substantial amount of the like the real ass hitters that are distributed around the country, former military, maybe in the blur between former and present military capacity at some level or another. That thing from Kash Patel was taken was received as a signal of some sort. Not necessarily that it's like, oh, it's go time, but kind of like he's not just saying that casually. He's actually saying that with some sort of intent. So that's an interesting speculation.
And we lost a lot of that with sort of self-help, self-esteem nonsense, which is not what troops need. They need a connection with their Almighty God in these moments. And I'm proud of how our troops are conducting themselves, and I pray for them every day.
There were some who interpreted, Mr. Secretary, what you said earlier in the week, that reporting about casualties is done to make the president look bad. Do you believe that?
I just know the media spends a lot of time making cheap shots at the commander-in-chief. They've got a whole industry doing it. And so ultimately, far too often, networks and reporters spend all their time trying to find things that are wrong. It was not to dismiss casualties. You know, tell a combat vet and guys like us who've served, and I don't wear this bracelet for decoration. I wear it because I remember the men that I served with that are lost, that paid the ultimate sacrifice for me to be sitting in this chair and for us to be having this conversation. Like, that's real every single day, the decisions that we make. And I think part of the reason recruiting is so high in our military right now is they understand they got leadership that has their back, that has walked in their boots, that's not going to use them callously or recklessly or for some nebulous mission, but is going to pour into them and give them every authority they need to be successful. I think that's motivating for troops. So my point was, as it was after Midnight Hammer and or the Maduro raid, simply put, the media immediately jumps to try to find what's wrong or what maybe didn't happen perfectly, instead of stepping back and saying, man, I live in a country, the United States of America, where our military can do things no other country's military can conceivably do. Maybe we should celebrate that and recognize the significance of that, other than just trying to find what's wrong. Casualties are casualties, and they should be reported, and I understand that. No one's taking
And
away
the
from
act of
that.
reporting
But
them and
ultimately,
speaking to their families and their loved ones is not
it's always
part of a
part
mission
and
to
the
hurt the
president and I are
president
going
or
to
any
go honor the
president.
troops at Dover, as we should, and no one's hiding from that. And we're going to stand there, and I'm going to stand there, and I'm going to salute these incredible American heroes. It stiffens our resolve. My simple point is that often the press is trying to look for the bad stories, as opposed to the incredible professionalism and courage of what our troops can accomplish. No other country can do what our guys do, and it's humbling to be able to have a chance to lead them.
Mr. Secretary, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Major.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was well answered. Okay, now, speaking of public perception, this is a report from CNN. All of the active duty and some of the like recently retired military guys that I know are absolutely rabid about Hegseth. Just He makes them feel good about the state of the military.
Overall public and those who are either currently or have served in the military. Take a look at this Fox News poll that came out during the past week. Net approval rating of the current U.S. military action against Iran. Look at that. Overall, Fox News shows a dead even split. But look at those who served in the military. Significantly higher support for the U.S. military action currently going on in Iran at plus 20 points. That should not be so much of a surprise because take a look at how they view Trump's foreign policy overall. Again, look at those who served in the U.S. military versus overall. If you look at Trump's foreign policy overall, the net approval rating on that per Fox News, those who served in the military, they like what's going on average. Look at that. The net approval rating plus 8 points for Trump's foreign policy. But look at those overall. Way, way down there at minus 20 points. We're talking about a nearly 30-point gap between those who served in the military and overall. And this split, when it comes to those who served in the military and overall, dates back to Trump's elections, all the way back to 2016. But let's look at the 2024 numbers. Look at this. 2024 results. Those who served in the military, Trump won them by, get this, 31 points. Kamala Harris actually won all other voters by 2 points. And that means, Johnny Berman, that means that Donald Trump only won in 2024 because of support from those who served in the military.
It's a great example. Part of the reason I wanted to play this is because that's a great example of how you can tell just about any story you want with the right polls. I mean, yeah, he won because of that, but it also was not, it also wasn't that, He didn't just win because he appealed to those who served in the military, but the fact that he has the support that he does with those who served in the military is a substantial reason why he wins, why he won. I think people really, especially the extremely online posting class, I think they really, really, really underestimate just how much support this has in that the general population has for this in general. It's a combination of support and ambivalence. Like, as long as there isn't some really clear, catastrophic, like immediately present pain from it, then they're gonna be just like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm focused on other things. Now, like gas prices going way up and holding way up for a while, and that being connected to it, that might make people be upset about it. But if you can conduct it without gas prices skyrocketing and staying up for a long time, any sort of person who's like, oh, this is going to threaten the midterms, this is going to be a faint memory by the time the midterms get here. Now, let's see here. Let's talk a little bit about... okay, we'll get to the Strait of Hormuz thing in just a moment. I want to read this. This is a good follow. JT Alexander. Post-liberal conservative, lawyer, veteran, and Middle East geopolitical expert. Public school abolitionist, nom de plume enjoyer, and civilization first. He's actually spent a lot of time in the Middle East based on his own reports. He says, I've gotten a lot of very uninformed replies today about how the U.S. cannot do this because Iran will XYZ. This is childishly ignorant. Iran has been attacking the Saudi oil industry with drones, rockets, and ballistic missiles for years. They've barely made a dent. Iran has been committing piracy against oil vessels in the Gulf, Strait, and Red Sea for years. There were similar surges in 2020 and 2023 and 2024. The recent slow in OPEC production is because storage capacity is filling up. It's filling up because the ships won't move. The ships won't move because they're scared. None of this is actually because of damage Iran can or has caused. The fear of the thing is worse than the thing itself. Estimates are that Iran has placed less than 24 mines in the strait. Hazardous, sure, but not impassable. The ships are waiting because they are enormously expensive, and so is insurance. We're subsidizing insurance and have offered escorts, but risk assessment is up to the captains ultimately, and they've mostly decided to try to wait. They will move once a clearing operation can proceed. That clearing operation is probably on hold, while some more littoral defenses are destroyed. Littoral meaning like along waterways. By the way, this is important. By the way, if the captains were worried about this becoming a protracted conflict, they wouldn't be staying in the Gulf. They'd have taken the offer for an escort and hauled ass. They're sitting tight because they expect this to be over soon. Yes, even the damage at GCC oil facilities is essentially superficial. None of it is actually substantively reducing their output capacities. Iran is not holding back, they're firing everything they can. This is what they can muster. They failed to mine the strait in time because Khamenei was too committed to his Chihuahua Act to pull the trigger. If he had done so, it would have guaranteed destruction of his governmental system. By the time it became apparent that was the actual objective, he was dead and no one was around to give the order. Now the IRGC's Navy is either in port, in tunnels underground, or at the bottom of the Gulf. They may be rationing drones and missiles, but they aren't holding back some massive barrage when we cross a red line or something. We killed the supreme leader. We killed the assembly of experts. We killed their commanders. We've sunk their ships, destroyed their planes, and allegedly even blew up a school. They aren't holding back. There is no greater escalation on their part. There is no red line that we have not crossed. I seriously implore you to have some measure of self-reflection and awareness to know that you don't know what you're talking about on this subject, for the sake of your own dignity at least. The only thing restraining the United States from returning Persia to a 19th century state is our own objectives and interests. There are reasons we may not want to do this, but they are our own, not something imposed by the effectively non-existent resistance of the Iranian state. And this is, actually, I didn't even realize this tweet was a quote tweet of this other one that I believe, hang on a second, I believe I'm going to get to that a little bit down the line here. Let me check. Okay, yeah, I'm going to get to that later. So, here is a statement from Big Gay Patton, as Tom Luongo has taken to calling him. How's that for a pause face? Me, what I'm doing to the city of London, what I did to London.
It is my belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
And that came up just now in the Situation Room.
Your words, not mine. But again,
are we days away from that?
We've been planning for this. We've done scenario analysis for months, for weeks. The leading
planning, and this economy? No, there is no plan
into this. So,
but it's a prospect in the coming days. Then
it is a prospect as soon as we have complete control of the skies and are degrading they have no air force. The Navy is sunk, literally and figuratively, and the munitions factories, the rebuilding capabilities for the missiles, the completely degraded. So as soon as it is possible for to ensure safe passage, we will do it.
Now, for more on the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz and the various elements behind that, we have a Megagramma appearance. Susan Kokinda. I've actually got two of these today. This one was from a week ago, a week and a half or so. This was March 4th, I believe. Yeah, March 4th. And the reason I'm playing this one is because there's some important stuff in here about Lloyd's of London and the things that went into the shutdown.
This week, Donald Trump said out loud from the Oval Office what no American president has said in 80 years.
Spain has been very uncooperative, and so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that, and they ruin relationships. It's a shame.
But the president didn't just publicly trash Britain from the Oval Office. He outflanked Britain's chaos operation in the Strait of Hormuz. When Lloyd's of London announced it was terminating insurance for Gulf shipping, a move which could throw the world economy into chaos, President Trump ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to step in and provide that coverage. And he put the Navy on notice to escort tankers through the strait. What you're watching is an American president who doesn't need Britain's permission to strike Iran and doesn't need Britain's insurance markets to keep the world's oil moving. 300 years of crown control over that choke point broken in a single day. Now, if you've been watching the news this week, you're being told America is stumbling into another Middle Eastern quagmire, that it's going to be a perpetual war, economic chaos, and it's a president who doesn't know what he's doing. That's the drumbeat from the same people who cheered on every British-backed regime change operation of the last 30 years. I'm Susan Kokinda. I've tracked how the British have used Iran as a trigger for economic and strategic chaos since the days of the gas lines, and I've watched every president since Jimmy Carter let it happen, until now. So if you want to keep up with this historic change, hit those like, subscribe, and share buttons so we can stay in touch and expand our reach. So here's what we're going to be covering today. First, Donald Trump's very public rupture with Britain, which is not just on the issue of Iran. Second, why Trump's move against Lloyd's of London is one of the most consequential economic strikes in this entire fight. And third, how Iran's attacks on its own Gulf neighbors handed Trump a sovereign nation coalition that the old imperial system was designed to prevent. So let's go back to the Oval Office. The trigger was Iran. Britain blocked the United States from using Diego Garcia and British Air Force bases for the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury. Trump had to reroute missions, adding hours of flight time. So when he sat down with German Chancellor Merz on Tuesday, he didn't hold back.
I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made, for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we were very surprised.
Despite the fact that Britain relented on March 1st and allowed the U.S. limited use of its bases for defensive purposes, Prime Minister Keir Starmer drilled down on Britain's opposition to Trump's actions in Iran, speaking to Parliament.
We all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. Any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. I say again, we were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now.
He said, "We all remember the mistakes of Iraq." That is pretty rich coming from the land of Tony Blair. But then the Prime Minister...
That line right there. The land of Tony Blair. Suddenly, strikes on Iran? Oh! Have you considered the viability, the lawfulness of this regime change action that you're taking? Something like this should anybody who's even a casual student of geopolitics over the last couple of decades should have major red alarms going off in their head if the UK is suddenly like, oh, no, get involved in something in the Middle East? Us? Are you serious? You cannot have that and also be like, oh, look at the neocons, at it again.
Dutifully reported the talking point, which came from the Empire's think tank Chatham House a few days ago. He said, this government does not believe in regime change from the skies. What Starmer has repeated is the globalist narrative that Donald Trump is using their regime change playbook and it's not going to work.
They don't believe in regime change from the skies. What we believe in is when regime change is conducted by inducing Americans to line up on the shores of that country and die. That's the sort of regime change fucking Keir Starmer believes in.
Well, their problem is that's not what he's doing. So while the strategic split between the United States and the British is out in the open, there is more to Trump's break with the British.
But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. And number two, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem.
Windmills, immigration, those aren't military complaints. That is a systemic indictment of the British model. Green energy deindustrialization is the pet project of the British royal family.
Yep.
King Charles has made it his personal mission, including through Lloyd's, as we'll get to. And unfettered mass immigration is a frontal assault on the coherence of society itself, and Donald Trump has rejected both. Now, look who was sitting next to Donald Trump at that press availability. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who backed the U.S. position on Iran, and who recently stated that shutting down Germany's nuclear power plants was a catastrophic mistake.
Adolf Hitler, if you can hear me, please save us. Adolf Hitler, if you can hear me, please save us.
Merz is signaling that Germany wants to exit the managed energy decline that the British imperial system has imposed on Europe. So for the first time since World War II, an American president is treating Germany as a more reliable partner than Britain, not out of sentiment, but because Britain remains committed to the imperial system which Trump is dismantling, while Germany, under Merz, is signaling it wants out. Now, Spain does get a footnote. Trump told Treasury Secretary Bessent to cut off all trade with Madrid for refusing base access and dodging NATO commitments. Donald Trump is not fooling around. So, the U.S.-British conflict that we've been exposing for decades is
No more games. I want Trump to issue death warrants now against all these people. I want them killed. I want them dead now.
is now playing out in the open, from the Oval Office to the Strait of Hormuz. If you want to follow the real fight, you need to subscribe to Promethean Action's free newsletter. We've been covering sovereign nations and website, and on the very same day that Trump lowered the boom on Britain, he took direct aim at one of the oldest financial instruments of British imperial power. On Monday, March 2nd, leading ship insurers, including Lloyd's of London, announced they were canceling war risk coverage for the Strait of Hormuz and adjacent waters. 1/3 of the world's oil flows through that strait. Without insurance, no tanker moves. Without tankers, the global economy starts to tremble. The Strait of Hormuz isn't just a shipping lane, it's the jugular of the global energy economy. And Lloyd's of London has been the gatekeeper for 3 centuries, deciding who gets coverage and who gets shut out. Now, don't take my word for it, take theirs. When King George V laid the foundation stone of the Lloyd's building back in 1925, he called it the embodiment of the highest qualities of British commerce.
I just got to point out again here, everyone has talked for so long about how Iran's nuclear option is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. And if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, the whole world, the whole global trade network takes a massive, massive hit. So Iran, being who they are and where they are, have this ability to hold the rest of the world by the short and curlies. But when the rubber meets the road, who is it that actually shuts down the Strait of Hormuz? Who is it that actually has that capacity to try to hold the rest of the world hostage?
And he said that Lloyd's services, quote, all maritime peoples who are in peace and amity with the British Empire. In peace and amity with the British Empire. Did you catch that? In other words, you get coverage if the Crown approves of you, and suddenly Lloyd's is pulling insurance from a war zone. That doesn't look like risk management. That looks like a weapon. And Lloyd's continues to flaunt its ties to the royals, dedicating a whole section of its website to royal moments. Not only that, Lloyd's has been the enforcer of the green agenda. In 2021, then Prince Charles showed up at Lloyd's to launch his Sustainable Markets Initiative Insurance Task Force, his vehicle for using the global insurance market to enforce the climate agenda on every nation on Earth. The same green agenda that Trump has been systematically dismantling. So when Lloyd's pulls war risk management on the Strait of Hormuz, that is not a neutral actuarial decision. That is the Crown's financial instrument deciding who gets to move energy through the world's most critical choke point. Donald Trump broke that control yesterday when the president...
Let me play that one more time, just so you make sure you caught it. Why does it keep doing this? 8:56. How odd. Back. It's not even working. All right. 8:56. Was about here.
Task Force, his vehicle for using the global insurance market to enforce the climate agenda on every nation on Earth. The same green agenda that Trump has been systematically dismantling. So when Lloyd's pulls war risk management on the Strait of Hormuz, that is not a neutral actuarial decision. That is the Crown's financial instrument deciding who gets to move energy through the world's most critical choke point.
Who gets to move energy through the world's most critical choke point? That's a pretty good power to have. Wouldn't it? Don't you think that being the one who gets to do the switch on, switch off on moving the world's energy through the most critical choke point? What imperial apparatus operated this way? What is this imperial behavior characteristic of? No, Mr. Sue, it has nothing to do with my bandwidth. And yes, I have used the internet for more than a week, so I know how to back up 10 seconds to let it load. That wasn't working.
Donald Trump broke that control yesterday when the president announced that the United States Development Finance Corporation would provide political risk insurance at very reasonable prices for all ships traveling through the Gulf, and that the Navy would escort tankers if needed. He concluded by saying the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. This is big. The empire is no longer controlling that vital choke point. Now here's the final piece, and it's the one that ties the entire week together. While Trump was openly denouncing the British and replacing the king's insurance market, Iran was doing something no American diplomat had achieved in 50 years of trying. It drove the entire Gulf Cooperation Council into an emergency session, which came out with a joint statement of condemnation of Iran. Iran has attacked nations that had been mediating between itself and the U.S. The Gulf nations of Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain had chosen restraint and diplomacy over escalation, right up until the moment Iranian missiles started hitting their hotels, their airports, and their residential neighborhoods. President Trump took note.
The president telling me, quote, "We were surprised. We told those countries we've got this, and now they want to fight. And they're aggressively fighting. They were going to be very little involved, and now they insist on being involved." The Iranians, the president said, quote, "shot into a hotel. They shot into an apartment house. It just made them," meaning the Arab countries, "angry. They love us, but they were watching. There was no reason for them to be involved," unquote.
Even globalist institutions like the Atlantic Council recognized the dramatic shift underway with a March 2nd headline that read, "The Gulf that emerges from the Iran war will be very different." This is not coincidence. This is a realignment in keeping with what President Trump is building with the Abraham Accords and the Board of Peace. The empire has spent decades and decades keeping the region divided and dependent on its political and economic framework. The Accords and the Board of Peace were shutting down that game. And now Iran's missiles have accelerated the next phase, driving the same Gulf sovereign nations that signed or were on the verge of signing the Abraham Accords into a de facto military alignment with the United States out of the simple need to defend themselves.
This was one of the things that was constantly mentioned as a failure state for this, was all the other nations are going to be upset. They don't want to have all this involved. They're going to be mad at the U.S. They're going to withdraw from agreements, whatever. Clearly not the case. You would think that people who keep getting predictions wrong would actually sort of dial back their prediction frequency and intensity. But for whatever reason, they just decide to double and triple and quadruple and quintuple down over and over and over again. As if the solution to being wrong is to be wrong even louder and even harder.
So let's put this all together. Sitting in the Oval Office, President Trump publicly denounced Britain's strategic and economic policies. He ordered the United States to replace the King's Insurance Company in the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran's own missiles drove the entire Gulf into Trump's arms, building the sovereign nation's coalition that the old imperial system was designed to prevent. The old order will not go quietly. The risk is real, and President Trump is taking it on behalf of a future free of imperial manipulation. Members of the Promethean Action community are better equipped to understand that than anybody. In times like this, the world needs people with strategic clarity. So please join Promethean.
Okay, now, the Jewish International Banking Cartel has been funding Iran behind the scenes for almost 150 years. This is from Red Pill Drifter. Let's dig. The Imperial Bank of Persia was a British chartered bank established in London in 1889. The bank's origin traces to a royal charter granted to Baron Paul Julius de Ruyter, the same Reuter who founded the Reuters news agency. Yes, he was a Jewish banker. David Sassoon and Company was a British headquartered trading and banking firm linked to the Sassoon merchant family. This firm was a shareholder that owned equity in the Imperial Bank of Persia and benefited from its profits. The Sassoons were a British-based mercantile and banking family of Iraqi Jewish origin. Members like Albert Sassoon were directly involved in financing and establishing international banking ventures, including the Imperial Bank of Persia. Because the Kahar, or Iran, government couldn't generate enough revenue internally, it relied on loans from the international banking cartel, specifically the Imperial Bank of Persia. These loans were commonly tied to concessions that gave these foreign bankers monopolies over resources, infrastructure, and political control, completely undermining its economic and political independence. Now, I know you will say, but Iran no longer takes loans from the Jewish-ran bank known as the Imperial Bank of Persia. And while that is true on the surface, if you'd kept digging, you'd see they still accept Jewish money, but it's just hidden a little better. Iran receives funding and loans from the following institutions: the Bank of China, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, the China Construction Bank, the China Development Bank, the Exim Bank of China. Every single one of these CCP-ran banks do business with Jewish international banking organizations, and they make massive profits from doing so. In other words, Jewish bankers have controlled Iran by proxy for a very long time, and the leaders of Iran have allowed and partook while claiming they are anti-NWO to keep up appearances to their people by acting like they're at war with the same group they're in bed with. If you actually research and blah, 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 okay. And obligatory big scary picture. Now, Zoomer Dylan says the whistle with British instead of Jewish is too funny. It actually, I don't know if you were reading along, but it actually, every time I said that, it actually said British. Because here's the thing. You can't extract these from each other. Is it more Jewish? Is it more British? Yes. Yes. The British imperial remnant is deeply infiltrated by Jews. There's also French and Spanish and Portuguese and Dutch and Swedish and British and American and Chinese and go on down the list, Russian. When you say the British model, the British Empire, that is not one-to-one with the British ethnicity. Yes, Israel is a British colony. Iran was a British colony. Who carved up the Middle East? Who set all of the borders? Who funded the global expansion of the British Empire? It was not just Jews. There are plenty of non-Jews. There are also Jews. They're all incestuously merged together. Their hub has been the City of London. And the City of London, the Jews in the City of London, would happily glass Israel tomorrow if it would accomplish their goals. Israel is a bit player in all of this. Here's the next video from Susan talking this. Now that the first one was from March 4, last Wednesday. This one's from yesterday. Trump moved on 3 fronts to break Lloyd's insurance blockade. But the bigger story is the Khamenei family money trail leading straight to London. What's that? The Ayatollah's family money trail leads straight to London? Oh! Cannot believe it. And why Bolton, Carney, and the old Imperial Order are all standing outside the fence looking in. However, before we play that, I'm going to let you guys eat a little leftist ass. I'll be right back.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up that chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up that chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
And we're back.
Lloyd's of London blinked. Just days after suspending shipping insurance for oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, they reversed themselves and announced that they want to work with the United States to keep ships and oil moving. Most people think they know why. President Trump had called their bluff and announced that he would keep the strait open.
I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply, and if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United
R.I.P. to our left ears.
States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf.
That's some of it, but not all of it. He also called Russia's President Putin, and he lifted some sanctions on Russian oil, in a move that the globalists called self-defeating. But that's still not the whole story. The real reason is that the world is going through a fundamental remake, thanks to Donald Trump. The president now describes Britain as a former ally, and an even bigger scandal has erupted about the British, about the money ties between London and Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Globalist think tanks and press will continue to insist that Donald Trump is stumbling into another forever war, that he's unleashing economic chaos and courting midterm disaster. I'm Susan Kokinda, and for decades I've exposed how the modern British Empire lurked in the shadows, keeping the world in turmoil with wars, economic control, and terrorism. Now, thanks to Donald Trump, it's out in the open. So if you want a map of this new battlefield, hit the like, subscribe, and share buttons to stay in touch and help us expand our reach. Today, I'm going to look at three things. First, what Trump did to force Lloyd's to blink. Second, the money ties between Iran's new supreme leader and London. And third, how John Bolton, Mark Carney, and other globalists are out in the cold, along with London. So the U.S.
As my lovely wife points out, we are at 305.05, less than $100 short of the tip goal today. So if we hit that tip goal, everyone who has signed up over at forum.kingpill.com, give me your name, a way to contact you, no purchase necessary. I will do a random drawing at the end of this stream, and someone will win 10% of the total tip take in the form of a digital gift card sent directly to yours truly from, or directly to you from yours truly. So tips.kingpill.com and forum.kingpill.com.
U.S. engagement with Iran is not exactly playing out as the globalists expected. The cancellation of war risk insurance by the empire's oldest insurance company was supposed to bring shipping to a halt, spike oil prices, and shatter economies.
Oh, piss off.
Operation Epicure was supposed to be economically and politically disastrous for President Trump and backfire against him. But the president was ready. He moved on three fronts simultaneously, and Lloyd's never recovered. First, he announced that the Development Finance Corporation would step in with political risk insurance.
Moving on three fronts simultaneously. Call it a menage a trois.
Lloyd's had pulled coverage. Washington replaced it within days. Second, he announced the Navy was on notice to protect shipping in the strait as needed. And third, this is the move that tells you everything about how differently this president thinks. Trump lifted some sanctions on Russian oil. Not only that, he got on the phone with President Putin to discuss the conflict in Iran. So let's put this all in context. Last week, Donald Trump branded Britain as our former closest ally, the same Great Britain which has led the charge to sanction Russia and keep the Ukraine war going, and the same country which is home to Lloyd's of London, which just tried to strangle world oil supply. So instead, Trump turns to Russia to get oil moving and chats up Putin for an hour. Now, here's something else you didn't see coming, especially if you've been imbibing the Israel runs Trump Kool-Aid. Yesterday, Axios carried this headline: Scoop. U.S. asks Israel to halt strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. Axios reporter Barak Ravid reported three reasons: protecting Gulf energy stability, avoiding price spikes, and preserving Iran's oil sector for post-war cooperation. This is the same approach that President Trump used with Venezuela. Trump isn't protecting the regime. He's planning for what comes after it, and it doesn't conform to Israel's objectives. So think about what that means. Israel doesn't have a blank check. The Gulf states are being protected. Iranian oil is being preserved for the Iranian people after the regime falls. This is not a neocon war plan. This is a president managing the endgame while the bombs are still falling. Now, here's another page from the neocon playbook being put into the shredder. The page about how Trump's Iran moves are aimed at China.
We're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits, So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully.
You see how he's taken actions to put China's balls in an absolute vice. And now he's the magnanimous one. He's the magnanimous one who's ensuring they continue to get access to the oil that they so desperately need. We're still selling Venezuelan oil to China. China's still getting Venezuelan oil. They're just paying America for it. China's going to keep getting Iranian oil. They're still going to get oil from the Gulf. America is going to ensure that they get it. How's that for a relationship adjustment?
So line it all up. Trump called Lloyd's bluff and called Britain our former ally. Then he eases sanctions on Russian oil and calls Putin. And he says he's doing it for China and the rest of the world. No wonder heads are exploding in think tanks in London and Washington. This is the real story, not the missile strikes or the carrier movements or the panic market headlines, but the strategic landscape being remade in real time. And this is what Promethean Action covers every day. So head on over to our website and sign up for our free newsletter. The link is in the description. Because the empire isn't just being outflanked, it's being exposed. And part of that exposure is the financial ties between the mullahs and London. Back in January, Bloomberg dropped a 2,700-word article, which just sort of sat there like an unexploded bomb. Until now. When you look at the title, you'll know why. How the son of Iran's supreme leader built a global property empire.
What?
Now, that son of Iran's supreme leader is Mojtaba Khamenei, who was just elected as the new supreme leader several days ago. And the global property empire, well, it's concentrated in London. Bloomberg tracked the financial holdings of Mojtaba Khamenei. The front companies managing their family wealth aren't registered in Tehran. They're registered in the Isle of Man and St. Kitts. The Isle of Man and St. Kitts aren't random offshore jurisdictions. They are nodes of the City of London's offshore banking network, the same City of London that just tried to spike oil prices against an American president at war. So let's call it what it was. The Iranian Revolution wasn't a revolution. It was a management arrangement. The mullahs raged against the West in public, and in private, the family money went to London. And this isn't the first time. Go back a few decades to the infamous Al-Yamama deal with Saudi Arabia, the largest arms deal in British history, connected to the royal family. An arms deal that provided off-the-books money flows that could be traced to 9/11 participants. Quick footnote. The first foreign visit that Donald Trump took in his first term was to Saudi Arabia to tell them to stop financing Islamic terrorism. He knew then, he knows now. And you can bet that Trump's team, especially Scott Bessent, can read a Bloomberg article. So the Al-Yamama deal was version 1. The Khamenei property empire in London is another version. Britain has been financing Islamic fundamentalism for decades. The chaos in the Mideast with Iran as the crown jewel, that was part of the business model. And London managed it for 47 years, until this week. And
Iran is going to get a nuclear weapon. Is the forever war in the Middle East?
This week, Trump made sure that the world could see it. So the insurance checkpoints are being replaced. The Khamenei money trail leads to London. Trump is remaking the strategic landscape. What's the establishment's response? John Bolton is giving interviews that reflect a certain state of mind.
Well, I've said from time to time, the only question is who gets me first, the Iranians or Trump?
Now, Bolton's actual complaint
Get
is
that
Trump doesn't
ugly,
play by the rules,
disabled freak away from me. I don't want to look at his fucked up face. His smushed in, garbled, baby disabled face. I don't want to look at it.
Now, Bolton's actual complaint is that Trump doesn't play by the rules which have kept presidents in check.
It's not at all clear to me that Trump he doesn't do grand strategy. He doesn't even do policy the way we normally understand it. So I'm not sure exactly what his thought process is, because we know the normal National Security Council process is all but non-existent in this second term.
Did you catch what Bolton is actually defending? A national security process. The one that produced 20 years in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. The one that managed the Iranian threat for 47 years without ever resolving it, because resolving it wasn't the point.
The Guinness
Now, here's
Book of
someone
fucking
else who's
retard.
out in the cold. The central banker's prime minister, Canada's Mark Carney. The man the globalists have assigned to try to rescue some kind of rules-based order.
We were not consulted before it began. We're not engaged in the conflict. We do not intend to engage. What we are doing, where we are engaged, is dealing with the consequences of the conflict, consequences that continue to spread.
That's the special relationship in 2026. The City of London's chief spokesman standing outside the fence, waiting to see how it ends. Now, there are still way too many voices in Trump's own base right now saying he's been captured, that Bolton got his war, that the globalists won, that this is Iraq all over again. But look at who's actually complaining. Bolton can't get his national security process. Carney can't get in the room. The people who ran the old system are on the outside looking in, and they're furious. That's not what a neocon takeover looks like. Now listen to who is in the room.
You know, as someone who led troops, led soldiers in the streets of Baghdad and Samarra, Iraq, and who trained counterinsurgents in Kabul, Afghanistan, and who still carries the weight of brothers lost to Iranian terrorist proxies. This fight, Operation Epic Fury, it hits home. You see, this is not 2003. This is not endless nation building under those types of quagmires we saw under Bush or Obama. It's not even close. Our generation of soldier will not let that happen again, and nor will this president.
Now, you could say, as many of our esteemed, enlightened experts, the ones who always have their serious hat firmly affixed and prominently displayed, so you know you can take them seriously. Before they post, they always cock their thinking cap askance on their head. You know this is a serious guy you're dealing with. They might say, oh, he's just saying that. Oh, you stupid, fell for it again. Stupid MAGA, always just believing everything you're told. I read that whole fucking long-ass thing earlier. Gone through all these different details of the state of the conflict, the clear military objectives, the clear steps they've taken toward achieving those objectives. Are the actual facts on the ground, do they actually correspond to what he's saying? Clearly.
In that interview before, Bolton had called Iraq a military success. Hegseth, on the other hand, carries the weight of the brothers it cost. That's the difference.
Slutty Milk says the fell for it again faggots always fall for shit. So true! So ironic.
Between the old vision and the new one. Between the men who managed the imperial order and the men who paid for it.
So ironic.
A generation that went to Baghdad and came home knowing exactly what the old system cost. And a president who finally asked them to finish the job. That's what the global elite are looking at from the outside. That's why Lloyds of London had to blink. Because for the first time in a very long time, an American president is conducting an American foreign policy, not an imperial one. And the success of that policy depends on you. President Trump needs people who understand what he is doing to defeat the real enemy.
President Trump needs me?
Become a member of Promethean Action and be part of that movement, a movement that keeps people focused on the real fight and the real enemy.
Good afternoon, Patriots. This is Agent Q.
John Conrad. We had a good thing, Britain. A really good thing. You taught us this game. Mayan studied you. We just wrote bigger checks. The deal was simple. We spend the trillions, fight the hard wars. We even let you set out Vietnam. And you hold the choke points you already own. You run Lloyd's, ships in the narrows, insurance on the holes. That's all you had to do. And we would back your interests with the strongest military and financial markets in the world. That was the deal. Now look at you. You gave up Aden. Fine. You gave up Diego Garcia so we could reach it with bombers. Now you're giving that away too. You kept Diego Garcia so we could reach it with bombers. Now you're giving that away too. To a Chinese client state. You built Israel to guard Suez. Now your foreign secretary threatens to arrest their prime minister. You built a base nearby to back it up. Iran hit your base in Cyprus. You didn't have one warship in the Mediterranean. Spain got there first. Spain. You gave up Hong Kong but backed Taiwan. Now you're letting China build the largest embassy in Europe on top of London's fiber optic cables. We gave you Five Eyes. You gave Beijing a SIGINT platform in the heart of the city. Gibraltar, 300 years, actual sieges. Now the Spanish run your border checks. You lost South Africa but kept the Falklands so we can overfly the Magellan Strait. Argentina could probably take that with rowboats today. Your king kept ownership of the Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand navies to fill the gaps. Those navies are now a laughingstock. Your warships and bombers patrolled the GIUK Gap. Now you don't have enough, but you also don't want us buying Greenland. Fine. You do it. With what? We gave London the IMO HQ to regulate shipping. You backed the EU agenda to carbon tax every ship to build the woke UN slush fund. Iran closed Hormuz. In the 80s, 540 ships got hit. Lloyd's never blinked. Because your Navy was there. Now Lloyd's cancels. Because it isn't. You scrapped your only amphibious ships. Sold them to Brazil. You have more admirals than warships. You built 2 light carriers, but they kept springing leaks, and you don't have enough escort ships to support them. The English Channel stopped Napoleon, stopped Hitler. Now you can't stop rubber dinghies. You had one job. Have the warships, diplomatic backbone, and insurance to support shipping through the straits. That's it. That's all we asked. And you blew it. Choke point by choke point, and called it progress. Now hundreds of ships are stuck in the Persian Gulf and the world is blaming us. But that's okay. All those solar panels you bought from China will keep you warm in that dreary weather, I guess. The reason I wanted to read that is, number one, this is the perspective of a dude who's not exactly some sort of like hard right extremist. But also because if you recognize that Britain and Britain are not the same thing, that the British Empire and Britain are not the same thing, that the actual physical geographic location of Britain is secondary to the interests behind the political power that is Britain, that inhabited the British Empire, that remains as this sort of like ephemeral, parasitic influence lurking behind the scenes that just exists in intermediaries and contracts and arbitrages. Then you've got this from Devin Erickson. Quote tweeting that. I have mixed feelings about war with Iran. On one hand, I tire of third world military adventurism. It invariably turns into a military-industrial cash grab. On the other, John Conrad here refocuses our attention on what is really important, keeping the trade lanes running. The modern tech stack and industrial base depends on raw materials from all over the world, and the global shipping network that grew up to serve that need. Different regions have been able to specialize in different kinds of manufacturing as well. The real function of a global superpower is to keep the trade network running. That means two things. First of all, excuse me. Naval power to keep the sea lanes open, like I said. Remember that silly chart of global warming versus pirates? Well, the correlation is real. A global industrial economy which produces the carbon emissions requires you to kill all the pirates. The second is colonialism. The real point of colonialism isn't what you think. It isn't to own the planet or dominate all the brown people because you have a control fetish. I guess reasonable people can debate such things. The point of colonialism is stable extraction economies. If you need oil and rubber and lithium and coal and industrial diamond and lumber to run your high-tech society, and most of the world who lives where those things are is still at the level of whacking at the dirt with a stick, then you have to intervene and reorganize the places until they're at least stable and advanced enough to extract the stuff and sell it to you. Why do you think neither the Brits nor the Americans ever conquered Saudi Arabia? They didn't need to. The newly united kingdoms of Hejaz and Najd, stupid non-American words, were perfectly willing to drill, pump, sell, and pull in Western expertise where it was needed. And later to provide the Americans with air bases when they needed to fuck someone in the region up for messing with the trade routes or oil wells. Arguably, America's greatest ally is the House of Saud. They provide us with a regional beachhead and keep the oil flowing, and we keep them filthy rich and in charge. And interestingly, this is the proposition being offered to Iran. You can have the same deal. You allow a regional beachhead, you keep the oil flowing, you provide all the other services that are incumbent upon maintaining the global economy with you there, and we will keep your leadership filthy rich and in charge. And it's going to be an incentive for you to keep your own people satisfied and stable and secure, to maintain the integrity of the whole structure. So between these two critical dependencies of human civilization, sea trade and raw materials, there's a legitimate case for needing to oppose Iran. The nuke thing is just a smokescreen for that. And I don't necessarily agree. I think there is legitimate, everyone says, if I was Iran, I would want a nuke. And everything that Iran does is directed toward making it obvious that they're continually going to pursue a nuke. And it is just completely unacceptable for all these other reasons and many more for a regime that is as unstable and disruptive as Iran with the location that they have. It's just not acceptable whatsoever for them to actually have a nuke. So whether it's a smokescreen or not, it still would be valid in my opinion. And yes, that's why they want a nuke. Problem is, the West has handled this so terribly in the past that most of the current situation is our fault. The Iranians wanted to nationalize, or steal, the Anglo-Iranian oil company. The dispute here was legitimate. The Persians believed the oil was theirs because it was in their ancestral lands. The British believed it was theirs because it had been discovered by the British, developed by British capital, and exploited through British skill and British ingenuity. Instead of brokering some sort of deal, the Brits, with CIA assistance, led by Kermit Roosevelt Jr., sponsored a coup to put the Iranian monarch back in power as a puppet ruler. The jokes just write themselves. So this lasted for about 6 years of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi disappearing and torturing anyone who had ever opposed or criticized him, until some of the Persians, fed up with this sort of thing, rallied around the one set of leaders they had left, Islamic mullahs. And of course, these guys weren't moderate Muslims. They weren't chanting a few obligatory death to Americas in public, then negotiating with us behind closed doors. They really, really, really hate the West, and they keep trying to cause trouble. But they never would have been in power in the first place if it weren't for the greed and arrogance of the political class. I would like to see a U.S. foreign policy that is free from military-industrial corruption, doesn't try to loot taxpayers with perpetual occupation and regime change schemes, and confines itself to enforcing a few simple rules. Don't attack us. Don't pay other people to attack us. Don't mess with global trade. I'd like to see America targeting political leadership that breaks these rules, but confining itself to those objectives. No interference with the internal politics of third world states, no regime change, no bringing democracy to the planet. They don't want it and we can't make them. That kind of shit just humiliates them, and most third world societies value reputation more than life. I don't think there's any hope of a new regime in Iran that doesn't hate or at least resent America. We screwed up their country with the arrogance of our political class. But if we confine ourselves to limited objectives of preserving the global trade economy, then we may, in time, get the best results we can hope for, which is more House of Saud and less Houthi. Or, best of all, if we stop wasting our blood and treasure on stupid military projects, we can start mining asteroids instead, which don't have any angry savages camping on them. Continuing. Another thread here on a similar note from, is quote tweeting that tweet. This guy said, globalization runs on cheap sea transport. Maritime shipping is 10 to 100 times cheaper than air and crushes land transport over distance. Every product you own is assembled from parts originating in dozens or hundreds of places, all crossing oceans. Global supply lines are waterborne. Container ships make the world go round. Since World War II, the U.S. Navy has guaranteed safe passage. No major piracy, no state seizures on key routes. We treat this peaceful trade order as normal. It's not. It's an American subsidy. Pull that away and global trade gets a lot riskier and pricier. The world gets poorer. And, Devin Erickson says, this is the point. Conquest is dead. Conquest no longer makes economic sense. Wealth doesn't take the form of vast tracts of land anymore. With modern techniques, we can feed more people with less land than ever. Colonialism isn't for conquest, it's for stable extraction economies. Global naval dominance isn't for conquest, it's for squashing pirates. Both colonialism and military hegemony exist so that humans can take raw materials from all over the planet, make them into nice things, and then ship the nice things all over the planet to humans. For trade to exist, someone has to make sure that people can extract raw materials from the earth without being robbed, and that merchants can move that material around without being robbed either.
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
The Industrial Revolution was enabled by British domination of the planet. The Pax Americana serves the same purpose without a literal empire. Rising global wealth has stabilized many third world countries to the point where they can be extraction economies on their own without a need for British rule. They just need a strong leader who can keep the local tribes from raiding the mines and oil fields, especially with the universally understood Esperanto of brutality. Everyone benefits from this, even the people in countries that are being dominated and colonized. But there are several problems. First of all, it's humiliating. American global hegemony benefits Pakistani tribesmen, but it benefits the Americans more. So they start plotting revenge against guys who are actually helping them, because in the third world, pride is more important than cost-benefit analysis. Secondly, the first world political class gets arrogant and thinks that whoever can destroy a thing controls it. If we have the power to blow up a country, we must be able to rearrange it however we want. Let's bring democracy to all the poor, stupid, primitive nignogs. And pretty soon you get America invading countries, not for conquest, not even to make vassal states, but to try to export liberal democracy to the globe. This, of course, is arrogant and retarded. The first world isn't the first world because we have the magic democracy ritual. The first world is the first world because of the people who live there. You can tell who they are because they're the ones who don't play their smartphone speakers on the subway. Having the Great White Father try to impose democracy on your loose coalition of bloodthirsty tribes is humiliating, but it also starts to make you think the Great White Father is kind of stupid. Because you may be a third world retard with an average IQ of 87, but you have eyes, and you plainly see that the place only worked because Abu Soliman Bloodfeast sent his secret police to disappear anyone who made trouble for his rule or for trade with the West. Until last week, when Americans killed him for not being feminist enough or being mean to gay people or something. This leads to the third problem, which is that you've humiliated third worlders enough, and they think you're retarded, they start looking for ways to get back at you. They blow up your shit. They mess with the extraction industries and shipping because they see them as your stuff, and not things the whole planet needs. And worst of all, they start finding ways to influence your free and open political process using a method we call Democrats. But anti-colonialism and reparations and bringing every damn donkey parader in the tropics to America is impossible. But, troubled history or not, stupid mistakes or not, the global trade network must be maintained. The technological incubators must be protected. Otherwise, it's just ooga booga forever. Perpetual global ethnic lashistan. The only sustainable way that America can help the human race is by driving technology forward with the power of capitalism and global trade. Because yes, these things benefit America first and most, but they reach everyone eventually, and that is the best we can do for the rest of the world. Because the power to destroy a thing is not the power to control it, and it is certainly not the power to improve it. Slap down anyone who threatens America's internal high-trust society. Kick out anyone who doesn't fit with the mission or has loyalties to anywhere else. Slap down anyone who threatens global trade. Stop there. No more white man's burden, no regime change, no USAID, no political evangelism, no sending white-aged white women with liberal arts degrees to lecture African dictators in the name of the Fed. Just cut that dumb shit out. The rest of the world can join us when and if they decide they are ready. Okay, jaw-dropping footage captures America's C-RAM system firing back at reported drone and missile fire near the U.S. Embassy complex in Baghdad, Iraq. The sound is freaking insane. The sound is the reason why I'm including this. Listen to the sound of this. No, that's not a laser. That is 4,500 rounds is that 4,500 rounds a minute? All of a sudden, my brain just short-circuited. Yeah, 4,500 rounds per minute. Okay, and here we go. The discombobulator. You guys wanted to know how the discombobulator potentially works? Well, here you go.
One of the most dangerous electronic warfare comes from the disc-shaped objects attached to this Black Hawk helicopter. While the Pentagon hasn't officially disclosed the specific hardware, military experts often call this a soft kill system. So how does it actually work? To understand the weapon, you first have to look at what it did. The most likely candidate for a weapon that creates that kind of internal pressure without external sound is a high-power microwave device. It relies on something called the Fry effect.
The Fry effect!
The weapon, probably carried by a Chinook or a Black Hawk helicopter, fires a focused beam of pulsed microwave energy, not sound waves, that passes right through the skull.
It's the Goy beam!
These beams are absorbed by the water in the brain tissue and the fluid in the inner ear. This energy causes a minuscule rapid heating of the tissue, less than 1 degree Celsius. But that tiny sudden expansion generates a pressure wave inside the skull.
The Goy fryer.
The consequence? The target hears a sound, clicks, buzzing, or a roar that originates inside their own head, bypassing the eardrums entirely. If the frequency is tuned to the resonance of the inner ear, it violently disrupts the body's balance, causing immediate vertigo. At higher power levels, that rapid tissue expansion can rupture capillaries, leading to the reported nosebleeds and internal trauma. There is another possibility, a weaponized infrasonic pulse emitter. Instead of a continuous beam, this device would fire high-intensity slugs of low frequency.
What was that?
There is another possibility, a weaponized infrasonic pulse emitter.
Weaponized infrasonic pulse emitter. The wipe! We're wiping niggas out with the Goy beam!
Instead of a continuous beam, this device would fire high-intensity slugs of low-frequency air pressure below 20 Hz. These waves travel through the body to match the resonant frequency of internal organs like the stomach or lungs. High-intensity infrasound can actually cause cavitation, the formation of bubbles in bodily fluids. When those bubbles collapse, they create tiny shock waves that damage tissue. The target feels an intense vibration in their gut, leading to severe nausea and effectively paralyzing them with pain and sickness. Tactically, the report suggests U.S. forces use this technology as the ultimate force multiplier. The result was that the hundreds of Venezuelan guards mentioned in the reports weren't fought in a traditional gun battle. They were incapacitated, sick, dizzy, and bleeding, long before U.S. troops made contact. This allowed a small team of approximately 20 operators to walk virtually unopposed through a much larger force.
Imagine trying to fight the U.S. military. Lord Breezy says, dude, if you use this on Africans, they would worship you forever. All right, so if you've followed Suitable Politic for a while, he's talked about the eye in the sky. He says, this is the first time we've gotten an in-depth glimpse into the inner workings of the eye in the sky, infrared tracking of missiles by their heat signature. Now, this is from New York Post. Laser weapons deployed in Operation Epic Fury as Space Force stops Iran's missiles in their tracks. Iranian weapons debris blown to pieces or mechanically crippled keeps dropping from the Middle East sky. For that, we can thank heat-seeking satellites, military-grade malware, and radar jamming software, all made in America. New technology laser weaponry has also been deployed against Iran as part of Operation Epic Fury, the Post has learned. This is the New York Post. A U.S. Navy destroyer off the coast of the Middle East nation is fitted with the new weapon, which appears to be the high-energy laser with integrated optical dazzler and surveillance, or Helios system. Videos released by U.S. CENTCOM show. The laser is a state-of-the-art device with a steerable head, able to concentrate a, quote, intense, tightly focused beam of energy and take out drones, according to keen-eyed military watchers. Similarly, videos of the skies over the Israel-Lebanon border showed rockets being launched, only to explode seconds later. That has been widely but unofficially credited to the Israeli military's new Iron Beam weapon, an advanced laser able to disable rockets and defend territory. Neither the U.S. Navy nor the Israeli military has confirmed or denied the use of lasers in Epic Fury, which began February 28. However, The Navy said at the beginning of February it had taken out 4 drones in a test of Helios. During the first 72 hours of battle, 1,700 targets were struck by U.S. forces. Over 200 of Iran's ballistic missile launchers have been destroyed, about half of what the nation possessed. Additionally, dozens more launchers have been made inoperable. Hundreds of missiles have been destroyed, preventing them from doing their damage. The U.S.'s precision strikes against missile silos, nuclear facilities, and leaders have been hailed as a huge success, with minimal losses on the U.S. and Israeli sides. Those strikes have been made possible by devices operated higher off the ground than previously, from space. Here's a picture of the optical dazzlers being used by the U.S. Navy. They're able to disable and degrade incoming threats as depicted in this still from a U.S. Navy video. The U.S. Space Force, established in 2019, I would say established formally perhaps in 2019, I guarantee it was around before then, is critical for air and sea forces to know where and when to attack, when to take cover, and the locations of enemy missiles. They do it, quote, with satellites that have infrared sensors for finding where rockets are being fired. Brent David Ziarnik, former professor in the Space Force program at Johns Hopkins and retired officer in the U.S. Air Force, told the Post. They can spot the missiles and pinpoint where the launchers are. The missiles can be intercepted and destroyed, often with Patriot missiles. Patriot missiles? What about the Nigga missiles? Tell me where they're using the Nigga missiles. Field forces get notified that an attack is coming so they can go to shelters or bunkers. Remember when Hegseth talked about shoot and scoot? This is what he's talking about. Like, you can have all these launchers in these special places and you can like zip around and jump out and fire something and then try to get away, but the eye in the sky is watching. I am a Patriot missile. Donald Trump, just call me. I will be your Patriot missile. Drop me on the new Ayatollah. If you drop me from high enough, it'll kill him for sure. Space Force's infrared beams track the missiles the second they launch via the heat they create. According to ABC News, hundreds of Iranian missiles have been destroyed with this technology. Incredibly, despite the fighting taking place in the Middle East, most of Space Force's work is centered in the U.S. Crews work inside radar domes called radomes. Resembling giant golf balls, they receive information in the sky in real time, calculate the trajectory of missiles and, therefore, their likely destination, and act accordingly. The system is built to ensure if a missile is ever launched, the United States will be the first to know about it, Sam Ekholm, host of Access Granted, said on his YouTube show. Together, the 3 layers form one of the most advanced early warning networks in the world, he added, referring to satellites, radar, and radomes. Golden Drome, anyone? The fact that the U.S. has been able to keep boots off the ground and only suffered 6 casualties in 4 days of fighting is a testament to the advanced tech being deployed, according to an ex-Space Force colonel. The fact that this isn't a mass formation of troops with rifles on the ground speaks to the fact that this force is built with extreme technology and the brain power to operate it, Bree Fram, formerly in Space Force and now running for Congress in Virginia, told the Post. Those combine to make us the most capable force on Earth and keep Americans safe from harm as they do the most difficult, inherently risky things that we ask them to do. Working alongside the Space Force, but carrying out operations on the street level, is the U.S. Cyber Command. Space Force figures out where the radar is, then work with Cyber Command to jam it, said Ziarnik, describing how missile launching systems are crippled. Cyber Command will try to make Iran's radar not work. It will involve infiltrating the system and shutting it down or taking it over. The software goes and the computer turns into a brick. This is the sailors on board the USS Stockdale with their optical dazzling interdictor. Optical dazzling interdictor laser system, also known as the Odin system, visible above the ship's bridge. So that would be this right there. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane confirmed after the start of Operation Epic Fury that before any shots were fired, Cyber Command hit communications and sensor networks across Iran to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. Israeli cyber spies claimed Tuesday that they spent years hacking nearly every traffic camera in Tehran so they could monitor Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei ahead of the mission to take him out. Intelligence agency Mossad's operatives were able to determine who Khamenei's security guards were, where they parked their cars, their addresses, and whom they protected via the cameras, according to the Financial Times. One aspect of the Iran operation has been the opposite of how it would run in most cases. As happened during uprisings against the government by Iranian civilians in January, the regime cut off all internet access across the nation as soon as the US attack started, presumably to stop people from different regions communicating and organizing. However, it's likely the Iranian leaders will still have a closed-circuit network through which they are communicating, which is highly likely to be one of Cyber Command's current targets if it hasn't already gained access. They can reach out and touch people, warned Ziarnik, speaking of Cyber Command. It's now a force to be reckoned with. We've got Helios, we've got the Odin system, Space Force, Cyber Command, all working together to form the Eye in the Sky. Now, regarding the school. This here, Trump has effectively confirmed this was Iran. What Dandolph here, Dan Talks One, good follow on a lot of this stuff. This is Trump's quote.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hickson? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets.
Imagine, I can't tell if this is just a reflection or if this is Trump's jaw tensing up, but imagine getting an answer from the president and then looking over his shoulder and asking the Secretary of War, is that true or is the president wrong?
We're certainly
watch his jaw.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians.
I can't tell if that's just the reflection, but it looks to me like Trump's jaw clenches.
Is Iran.
We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an idea?
Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done.
So, this guy asks, what's the evidence? All I'm seeing, and even having a conversation with Grok, points out that the U.S. made this attack, with the evidence being anonymous sources from the Pentagon and experts analyzing the damage pointing to precision-guided munitions only accessible by the U.S. Help!
Money talk.
Creek money!
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
I'm working on a device to optically dazzle my wife.
Absolute patriot. Creek money. Thank you, sir. And that means...
Here we go.
Another one!
Here comes the money.
Double alpha male alert!
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
I'm working on a device to optically dazzle my wife.
Okay, I think that second one was not real. It added to the tip goal. The alert came through. Maybe they both went through. I can't tell. Did you mean to send 2? Creek money. Either way, you sent 2. If you didn't mean to send 2, then I will happily send that $100 back to you. Let me know. Had the exact same message, so I'm guessing maybe there was an error in there. Something. It does look like both of them did come through. Only one came through on Ko-fi, but 2 came through on Stripe. So no refunds. But either way, we have hit our goal for today. So make sure you go over to forum.kingpill.com. Before we finish, I've got a couple more tabs here, but before we finish, I will be doing the drawing to determine who wins 10% of the total take. Thank you, Creek Money. So this is what Dan Talks says. He says, okay, so this question is, how am I confident it was Iran who blew up the school? On day 1 of a war, it is by far the most important day in modern war. Because you have A, the element of surprise, and B, you have to hit the most important targets as fast as possible so they aren't able to respond to you as effectively. At the start of a war, you have a limited amount of munitions that can be used, as you are limited by launch capacity, number of planes, boats, etc., which means target selection is at a premium. The targets you need to hit are the important targets that they can use to target you, the Tier 1 targets. Air defenses, radars, communications towers, command and control, weapons depots, launch systems. These are paramount to hit as fast as possible to knock the enemy's ability to target your own forces out. We're also using the most expensive ammo, standoff munitions, to make sure their air defenses can't hit our equipment. So each target is high value, and each munition we are expending is high value. These are not to be wasted. Each usage is very expensive, both monetarily and cost of power, meaning you have a certain amount of force you can deliver at any one time. To deliver it on X means you can't deliver it on Y. This means if they are bombing a school, they aren't using it on air defenses, weapons depots, launchers, etc. It's a targeting issue. Secondly, you have to come at the premise of the operation. Let's ignore morality for a moment. The US and Israel are trying to do regime change. The idea that they're going to bomb a school, a punishment campaign, to what would turn possibly the whole population against them on day one of a war would be the most countervalue thing they could do. So not only would anyone, if they did do this, get instantly court-martialed, not just for bombing civilians, but for putting US and Israeli service and civilian lives at risk by not going after proper targets at the start of the war. It's possible the IRGC put their base in the school, or they put the kids in the base, which is also a possibility, and then just said the US hit kids when they put them in a command center for the IRGC. But I think it's far more likely the Iranians bombed the school for the PR win. They killed tens of thousands of their own. Why wouldn't they do this too? That is, and also there's this here. I've seen a number of people make this observation. There was a video of it happening, supposedly. I've seen a lot of people critiquing the video and saying, yeah, this is obviously fake. There's a number of technical issues with the video that makes it look fake. If this is the video, then this munition here looks like this, which is an Iranian Ya Ali, not an American cruise missile. Some people have said Hegseth previously showed a strike map of Iran where they forgot to remove the school area, which was included in that map. It's not that they forgot to remove the school area, it's that the school was literally on a military base. So I have little doubt that they would intentionally do this purely for the strategic value. I also the like PR strategic value, knowing that this becomes a good leverage point politically against Trump. It's a big globalist propaganda thing. Oh, they're bombing kids. Secondly, I have my questions whether they even killed any kids. Have we seen any validation or verification of this? Admittedly, I've been a little out of the loop, but I've kept an eye out for this, and I haven't seen any validation of the actual casualties, any proof of it. Thirdly, I also entirely believe that this could have been something that rogue elements of the Israeli military could have done. I don't think that's completely out of the question either. And then lastly, there is the possibility that this was a U.S. strike that actually killed kids. And in the event that that did happen, I will circle back around to say these were kids in a school on a military base with a huge force amassed outside with this strong indicator, hey, military strikes are coming soon. These people clearly don't value civilians in the same way that Western people do, but they understand that Western people value civilians differently than they do. So with their backs up against the wall, do I believe that they would have intentionally killed a bunch of their own people for the PR value? Yes, I do believe that is something that is plausibly within the realm of possibility. Okay, and then I think, yeah, I've got just a few more things here. So, first of all, people keep using this taco thing, which is just retarded. Trump always chickens out. Just completely retarded. But Legal Phil here has a great point. He says, I understand the hesitancy to give up a great acronym. I do have to say, I hate it when people say hesitancy. Hesitation. I don't know if hesitancy is technically an actual word, but every time someone uses hesitancy, it just hesitation. I understand the hesitation to give up a great acronym, but the A in taco ended when the U.S. bombed Fort House, seized Maduro, and killed Khamenei. I know that Trump often changes course abruptly and talks absurdly, or toccata, isn't as zingy, but it's more refined. I like this. Trump often changes course abruptly and talks absurdly. Toccata. Very true. Yeah, Trump has literally never chickened out. The man negotiates. People on one hand say, Trump has this negotiation strategy where he starts off with this really big ask, and then he settles down into the range of where he wanted to be. It's called chickening out. Yes, when they call him taco tits, that's what they're referring to. Trump always chickens out. Getting what you want in negotiations is chickening out. Retards who don't understand how deals, negotiation, or business work. So true, Slutty Milk, so true. But Tokata, I think there's maybe some legs to this. Trump often changes course abruptly and talks absurdly. Now, I referred to this earlier with JT Alexander. This is a quote from Trump and then a response from him.
Very good shape. The main thing is we have to win this. They win it quickly, but win it. And there are many people, I'm just watching some of the news. Most people say it's already been won. It's just a question of when. When do we stop? We don't want to let it regrow. And ideally would like to see somebody in there that knows what they're doing. In other words, they can build a country. Now, one other thing. We can hit sections of Tehran and other places that if you do it, it'll be almost impossible for them to rebuild their country. And we don't want that. But we can hit electric, we could take apart their electric capacity within 1 hour, and it would take them 25 years to rebuild it. So ideally, we're not going to be doing that. Thank you very much.
Again, the thing that's constraining the U.S. right now is not Iran. There are no military constraints upon the U.S. right now. The only constraints on the U.S. are their own constraints. JT Alexander says, this sounds like classic Trump hyperbole and bluster, but no. He's actually being quite literal here. Strikes so far have been limited to the pillars of vilayat control. The pillars of state and civilization themselves are still very much available and very easy to reach. Power plants and electrical grids, for example, are very easily destroyed. A simple power distribution system would take 3 to 7 years to rebuild. A full electrical system with redundancies and a capacity equal to that of today, that would take over a decade. There are about 400 power generation units in Iran. The battle group in the Gulf can legitimately destroy this in about an hour. I'd estimate they can output that many TLAMs alone in that time. Iran has about 10 oil refineries. Refineries are extremely hard and expensive to build, but relatively easy to destroy, which is what makes them such prime military targets. The battle group can absolutely destroy all of these in under an hour. Absent any interruption of power, it would take Iran more than a decade to restore it to current throughput. Absent power, considerably longer. Trump isn't exaggerating. The United States still has many arrows in its quiver that can genuinely set Iran back decades in less than an hour. And that's only looking at oil refinement and electrical grids. I get the impression that most of the public genuinely has no idea how much damage a single carrier strike group can do. The assessment that Trump does not want to leave Iran in ruins is correct as far as his first preferences. But I do believe this may be the ultimate backup plan if they can't get anyone to play along. If they cannot neutralize the threat by a simple transition of power, then the threat can be physically neutralized for a long time. And, this is a great response here. This person says, I would have 100% agreed with you 5 years ago, but if it's so easy to do, how is Ukraine functioning 5 years into the Russia war? Looks like electrical infrastructure is harder to down than you or I imagined. And JT Alexander said, the major difference, though subtle, is that Russia does not have a United States Navy carrier strike group. Then Paul White, Gold Eagle here, says, the genius of Trump is best understood by looking at the sequence of events in reverse. He knew that he needed to go after the Iranian regime and that this would cause the Strait of Hormuz to shut down for some time until the regime is totally dismantled, as well as the Houthis. So he first goes after Maduro in Venezuela and gets control of the Venezuelan oil to keep our oil supply flowing. The Venezuelans already have international court judgments against them to the tune of tens of billions of dollars owed the U.S. So we get a regime change and Venezuela strategically aligned with us ahead of commencing hostilities with Iran. This keeps critical oil flowing to the U.S. during the hostilities, minimizing the economic impact, which keeps the nation from turning against the conflict. At the same time, Russia and China are deprived of that foothold in our hemisphere and deprived of Venezuelan oil sold at deep discounts. Cuba is also denied a vital lifeline, and now the country is teetering on implosion. Russia and China are about to lose a foothold 90 miles from Florida. And now that oil is no longer flowing from the Strait of Hormuz, also at fire sale prices, China is down down a combined 15% of their vital supply. It also hurts China and Russia that we have been seizing the tankers they use in the Black Fleet meant to circumvent sanctions. Iran gets starved. Russia gets starved. China gets starved. We have the flow of Venezuelan oil pre-positioned before we fired a shot at Iran. And all of that in addition to Trump's restored flow of domestically sourced oil. 45 years ago, my political science professor saw the vesting of the president with all the powers of commander-in-chief as a useless vestigial structure held over from what the framers looked at George Washington and felt the two to resided harmoniously in him. He thought that there were no presidents really up to the task, with Washington, Lincoln, and FDR being the rare exceptions. I think it's safe to add Trump to that list. He not only sees the tactical dimension, but sees the global strategic vision as well, and he has 3 years left to go. Following the sequence of events. And in case you haven't had this embedded in your brain already, here is the Strait of Hormuz, the place, the subject of so much discussion. And if that wasn't enough, reminder that Donald John Trump literally means world ruler favored by God, victory. Yes, it's true. I looked it up. Donald John Trump means world ruler favored by God, victory. Literally could not write it. If you put all of this the story of the life of Donald John Trump into a story, into a novel, people wouldn't read it. They'd be like, nah, that's not realistic. No way. And a final white pill here. New data shows the international student decline was massively underestimated. Look at this headline. From the Chronicle of Higher Education. The drop in international students last year was worse than we thought. Thank you, Karen Fisher. Published March 7, 2026. F1 student visas fell 36% during the 2025 summer visa season. That's roughly 97,000 fewer students coming to the U.S. Indian student visas fell over 60%.
Good morning, bastards!
Indians. What's that? Everyone's saying that Trump isn't doing anything about Indians? Indian student visas fell over 60%. The article links the drop mainly to visa processing disruptions and tighter policies, long interview wait times and uncertainty, and students choosing other countries, Canada, UK, and Australia. Sorry, Anglo bros. You guys are we gotta fix our shit. Then we will bail you guys out too. This matters because the pipeline usually goes F1 to OPT to H1B to US tech jobs. Universities call it a student issue, but it's really a labor pipeline issue. In the article, Chronicle.com, he covered all the important points there. There's a good guy to follow at San Diego Knight. He covers a lot of this stuff. Co-owner and chairman of Skillstorm, EdTech, building tech talent at home, investor, father, traveler, graduate of UCF. He's been talking about all of the immigration stuff for a while now. His name's Hanny Jurgis, at San Diego Knight. And finally, I leave you with this very important discovery. Science literally proves that black pillars are retarded. Black pilling and doomerism literally reduces your IQ. Repetitive negative thinking is associated with cognitive function decline in older adults, a cross-sectional study. Psychological problems such as depression and anxiety increase the risk of cognitive impairment in older adults. But mechanisms on the effect of psychological disorder on cognitive function is inconclusive. Repetitive negative thinking, or RNT, is a core symptom of a number of common psychological disorders and may be a modifiable process shared by many psychological risk factors that contribute to the development of cognitive impairment. RNT may increase the risk of cognitive impairment. However, there are fewer studies related to RNT and cognitive function, and there's a lack of epidemiological studies to explore the relationship between RNT and cognitive function. This was the background. Methods. A cross-sectional study of 424 older adults aged 60 years or over was performed from May to November 2023 in hospital to investigate the RNT level by using the Perseverative Thinking Questionnaire and investigate the cognitive function level by using the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Scale. Multivariable linear regression subgroup analyses were used to explore the relationship between RNT and cognitive function. Results. We categorized the total RNT scores into quartiles. The multivariable linear regression analysis showed that after adjusting for all covariates, the participants in the Q3 and Q4 groups exhibited lower cognition scores compared to the Q1 group. The results of the subgroup analysis showed that individuals aged 60 to 79 years, junior high school and above, are more prone to suffer from cognitive impairment with a high RNT score. Conclusion. The study reveals a negative association between RNT and cognitive function in community-dwelling older adults. However, multicenter and longer time span cohort studies on the relationship between RNT and cognitive function should be carried out to further explore the mechanisms involved. Yet another example. Scott Adams would, you know exactly what Scott Adams would say about this. Did we really need a study for that? Is that not something that you would have just known? You really need a study to prove it? Well, we did need a study to prove it. And it just, yes, relentless negative thinking is going to make you unhealthy. It's going to degrade your entire system, your system of systems, the meta system that is your personage. Relentless negative thinking, constantly looking for the worst in everything, developing a personal outlook of neurotic paranoia, perpetually perseverating on pessimism, makes you retarded. And not in the good way either. This isn't retard maxing. You are making yourself into a third worlder. You are a spiritual third worlder. You are degrading your own cognitive capacity when you obsessively perseverate on negative outcomes. This is why Always Chimp was such a bad idea. You could see it coming a mile away. There will always be something to chimp about. We live in a fallen world. We live in a world with imperfect people making imperfect decisions on imperfect information, creating imperfect outcomes. There will always be something to chimp about if you establish yourself with the posture of always chimp. Then all you do is you just turn yourself into a machine for finding things to be depressed and angry about. As Slutty Milk says, the best cure for cognitive decline is trucing the plan.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Now, as Pritchard says, as Comrade Doyle says, we all have our own walk with the plan. So true. So true. I hope you guys walk in peace with the plan. Now is the time for us to do a drawing. Thanks again to Creek Money. I haven't seen whether he's clarified whether or not that was intended to be a full. He was intending to do both tips, but either way, we'll just take this as our final number. 50505. Beautiful symmetry. Palindromic. So tonight, we'll round up $51. $51 is headed out to a lucky winner. Let me refresh here. Form.kingpill.com. We've got, odds are very good tonight. Odds are very, very good tonight. Only 9 responses so far. Oh, geez. The formatting is foobar. Hold on a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. And Oops, not there. Just so I have a number assigned to each person, 1 through 9. Let me hide the column with the contact info in it. Get this more visible. Insert columns left. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There will be a winner. And here we go. Let me pull this up on the screen where all can see it without doxing anyone. And here we are. Now I share the screen. Here we go. We've got Sue. We've got Hunter. We've got JLH06. We've got Caradwin. We've got Gigaju, Superior B, Isaac, Kingless Kingdom, and Jeff. Hey, don't fuck around with me here. So, rand between 1 and 9, and the answer is 5. Gigaju! The Gigaju has won! Whomever that is, I have your contact info. Gigaju, congratulations. You are the winner. Be on the lookout at the contact info method that you provided to me. You, with the news, you win. There he is. With the Jews, you win. That's right. So yes, be on the lookout. I will be hitting you up, and you tell me what you want, what retailer you want. I will get a $51 gift card sent over to you. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions tonight. And, oh, hold on 1 sec. I don't want to shortchange you, so let me just double check and see if anyone sent anything through Cash App or Venmo and just didn't say anything about it. The answer is no. Okay. So, $51 coming to the Gigaju. He's going to spend it on hiring more ICE agents. That's right. You guys have donated to a good cause tonight. Gigaju wins 6 more centuries of mass deportations. More deportations. So true. So true. What a great time to live. All right. Well, hopefully this 4 hours and 13 minutes has been edifying for you. Hopefully you understand better what's going on in Iran, why there is clearly a plan, why all the perfect things are not guaranteed, but we have a great commander-in-chief at the wheel, guiding us through, making the world better, and you can just go back to the life of trusting. And as always, we will be here, except for when I have to leave on a work trip, but otherwise, we will be here for the ASTROLABE. We'll be back tomorrow for another episode. We're going to talk about the Shape Store tomorrow. I've got some good stuff on that. That was a meme I had to catch up on, and we'll probably have some other things as well. But tomorrow, Labe, again, the Labe has returned. Make sure you go join the Kingpill Discord, kingpill.com. If you want to know, if you want to have the early indicators on what is going down with EWBSX, those who were in the Kingpill voice chat the other night, they already got a little preview. And we will be doing a beta launch within the next few weeks for our Kingpill Discord members to help us out. So if you would like to be involved in that, go to kingpilled.com, and you too can know the things as soon as they happen before everyone else. Also, download the EWBSX app or go to ewbsx.com and listen. And follow me on Twitter at Kingpilled. Follow the Kingpilled Telegram channel. Just look for Kingpilled on Telegram if you want alerts when I'm going live, what's happening, all those sorts of things. And I will be back tomorrow for another episode of the ASTROLABE. Thank you very much, all you guys, for your contributions to keeping my family fed and a roof over our heads. And yeah, it's good to be back. I missed all of you guys. Can't wait to see you again tomorrow. For now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States,